Oh, hello guys. I'm going right for it today, just to make it easy for everybody. I'm just gonna display some in the. Oh, sorry. I should restart the stream. Um, Kinda. Now it's a random opening as always when I start the stream. But welcome guys. Today we're gonna do eco opening, which is the simplest way you can play Travian at all. I don't want a hero raid. I just want to grind away doing production only, and that is something everybody can do. So I kind of want to make this video just to create something very simplistic for you guys that you can always use on any server, at least if you're Egyptian. So we're gonna play this Community Week Scorched Earth, which is an X5, and there's like 6 races to pick from. Only Vikings is kind of excluded. And yeah, I'm doing full eco opening. Hopefully we'll get an 18C, which also means they spawn around 25 in each quad, 4 of them. And so we'll also start early here in like a minute or two. Maybe I'll respawn some, but otherwise I'm gonna look into different aspects of the game. This is kind of like the full noob guide, like everything to do, just ecoing only, just simming slow and steady. And hopefully that will be enough to for us to be able to settle properly. Um, I brought a little team with me too. So the people who joined the stream already, thank you for joining in. But otherwise, I'll just have fun with a few other people on the server, and that'll be it. So I'll also have to organize a little bit through the day in regards to settlements and just coordinating with people. But otherwise, I think some of the people that have joined me are just doing their own thing. They can handle things on their own. I don't need to have to be involved. Same with late game and defense and all that stuff. Hopefully, the people I have invited can just manage themselves, and then everything is okay. It also looks like the server has started now, so we have the option to play. Um, I might delay just 1 minute before I finally confirm everything. And we are weird people, so my name is going to be Stitch. He is a weird guy, um, weird alien, so that should be a-okay. Okay, and that was Travian announcing that the server started. I guess that's fine. Um, the thing is, you spawn at the edge of a quad, so my hope is to be around the middle where 25-25 is. So maybe we should just try there. And we have 32 minus 2. All right, I'm not interested in this settlement. So I'm going to try and restart. And oh, thanks for the prime subs, my guys. Looks like the coloring of the screen or of the interface is quite bad for you guys. Here goes the train. Sorry. I'll have to respawn, right? So 7 minus 35. Am I just getting fucked here? Holy moly. Okay. I'll have to respawn. Am I getting owned? No way. Two minus 34. Okay. Well, I'll have to try and keep respawning, I guess. It should drop me at the same coordinates unless they get populated by other players. 0 minus 34. That was the same we had before, right? I want to get in here. What, here? Here? No. There's 25, 25. That's here. That's there. Um, okay. So some people are lucky. 22 minus 30. Okay, that this is fine. All right. So so I don't care about how oases are distributed and all that stuff. And this was the closest by oasis. Holy shit, these distances are far. At least they'll get halved with the horse when he gets on the hero. But I should do that, and then everything else is like this, and we'll tip that off too, and then we'll sim, right? So this is how you should kind of open with the simming. It's fairly straight away. We're gonna mainly focus on getting some infrastructure here in the beginning, and then we'll use all the task rewards to keep growing. At the same time, when Hero's back, we can send him on the first adventure. But until we continue further, it's just going to be full resources here for our production. And again, already a lot of task rewards. We can grab that. And then plan is to get storage and granary all the way up to 3. Then we can do a main building to 3. And then we can do stuff like marketplace. I think we can put down a barrack too. So what we want to do here early game is fix our production and then be able to get those to the levels that we need, and then otherwise we can just sim for the win. So I'm just burning gold, so to speak, but this is kind of the foundation that we need. We can do that on top, and then I'll stop here. Then now we can start focusing on all our fields. We can get all to 3 and one of each to 4, which is gonna be our main prerogative. So we can just keep grabbing everything we get here so we can level the hero instantly. Normally here in the early game you would see me slow down, sit and shuffle things, but we can just keep boosting like this until we reach like level 5 on the hero. And then here we can, like, I'm just setting my production. You can always sim this if you want to save some gold, all that stuff. But for now, we're just gonna burn everything as fast as we can, because that is all that matters to us, is our production. So gonna keep going. Yeah, just gonna finish those as well. We should go in here and look at the advantages, because that will trigger this reward so we can get 100 gold, so we're even better off. But yeah, maybe I'll stop talking for a few seconds just because, no, I'll keep talking, but my main goal is just to get this done ASAP. And like, you kind of want to trigger getting all to 2s for the clays would trigger this task reward, like you see here, so we can keep getting resources that we can use. I had hoped that we had some adventures being closer, because we kind of need the resources on the hero. Um, from the adventure to be able to finish all to 4, I think, or one of each to 4. But hopefully we can keep simming decently with what we got here. Um, oh yeah, thank you guys. So I should activate this as soon as possible. Now that we got our 100 gold, I should be able to keep going for a while like this. But now these are twos. We can trigger that, and then we can get all of these to two. Um, at least if I NPC. And here we go. And it gives us a little bit more, hopefully also level up, which means, and we're only level 3. But you can see our production is already starting to be somewhat decent. Now, what I always do is get one of each to 4 here. And then question is how far we can keep going. These adventures are super far away. I mean, that is probably going to be a little bit of an issue for us. But at least we spawned here, which means 25, 25 is where? Yeah, that one. Okay, so we have a little bit of a travel distance, but I think that is the best we can do. And then we still have some decent coverage here on these oases. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, so these for the cap and these secular additional. But I should keep going here. Like the main objective for me right now is finish our production as best as we can, which is looking fine for now. Those get triggered at 4 on each of the resources, and then we can fix this one. And that is done. There. And we should be able, like the main priority right now is just fixing our production. We could have gone all to 4 on the fields here, but it's a little expensive. Compared to you don't really regain those resources in the time frame within settling. So it's best to just stop at 3. Because getting all to 4s only triggers with extra task rewards when you get all to 4. Getting all of these clays to 4 do not help you. There we go. So our main priority is just finishing our production. Then everything else after that is kind of secular. Does not mean that much. This should be enough to trigger upgrade, and then he's at 4. Strength is not important for the hero. Again, he's 100 in health. He has, what is it, 100 off points. All the hero has that in the early game. I should trigger these so we can get all to 3. Hopefully we can totally finish. Yes. Okay. So this is something we need to do as fast as we can. Additional resources we will only gain from our hero, increasing him to maximum level 6 in the end. But soon we should also be able to get him to 5, and then we'll be stuck there for a while, and that will be our only production. Here, after fixing our production, completing that, then we need to focus on building buildings that gives us additional CP production. Because on an X5, all you really need is one party to be able to settle, but you also need to generate some CP along the way. So you get CP and then a party in the end, and then you can settle. So we're going to do all the infrastructure here now that is relevant in regards to being able to settle and generating that CP. So we'll focus on getting main building to 10, academy to 10, then we can build a workshop. town hall, and then we can work on residence. I've also built or done this build order, so we will also trigger hero level up along the way, then maximum to level 6. So we'll get 1 point in strength, so we can do some adventures later on. Those sorts of elements to it. Yeah, we're kind of stuck now, I would say, but at least our production is done. And then as we get more resources from the hero and production, we can build all the things we need here. We'll also trigger some different rewards, some of the better ones, such as complete, no, not complete economy. Where are they hiding? Like culture points and population rewards will trigger along the way. That'll help us build up the residents and academies and stuff like that as we progress. Um, um, but for now, I kind of want to put down the stuff that gives them more CP, which is main building, academies, stuff like that. And then we'll work on warehouses and granaries as we need, at least to level 7 on each. We'll trigger that, and then towards the end, we can build warehouse level 8 because you need that for a party, those kind of things. So hopefully it'll work out. Yeah, we can read that. We can, oh, yeah, we can get some XP. Shouldn't give us a level up at all. Academy there. Yeah, maybe I should just use some gold just to trigger these. It does provide some decent CP, and it gives some task rewards, these kind of things. So we should keep, like, you can sim it slow and steady, or you can gold it to get as much advantage as you can. Yeah, I think I'll work on this along with the academy. Yeah, we're very close to triggering population growth. Should gives us more resources to simming. So in principle, I should just complete this and then we trigger it, and then like also with this build order I'm doing, I'm trying to I'm not building smithy level 1, for example. You would do that on some servers or with other build orders. Like this is just X5 orientated. And yeah, we can't really trigger, like these will get triggered later, maybe around when we do residence and stuff like that. So right now we could just slow sim here to some extent. I don't think, yeah, this one gets triggered when we get it to level 7, so maybe I should go for that. Just to get another task reward to try and level our hero as fast as possible. So yeah, right now I'm kind of burning more gold than I should. These I'm also just gonna keep at level 1. Does this give anything? It gives on population, but not on CP production. Yeah, maybe I should just wait a few seconds. So I should probably just transfer some gold. So there we got some extra gold. Always nice. Which means I can easily just burn random gold. Like this needs to go to 10 anyways, so we could complete that, and it gives 2 extra CP an hour. And that triggers this to 7. Is there anything else I can trigger? So we can get, yeah, maybe I should just slow sim the residents. That's almost enough for level up. Let's do that now because we have the time for it. Getting it to 10 doesn't do anything. So what could trigger more XP? None of this. Not gonna do that or that. Not relevant. Um, yeah. So before I can get him to level 5, it looks like I would mainly need to get both warehouse and granary to level 7. So I think that'll be my main priority after this. At least then we also have tons of space here to be able to stack up resources, and that'll get us that additional level to 5. Um, yeah, all good. And yes, market to 3 is cheaper. I'm trying really to avoid leveling any of this because that'll give us more resources towards the task reward to put into other things. So it might be better to get it to 3 and other stuff. Maybe it is up to 6, so you would trigger the hero level up faster. But I'm trying to, I don't know, do my own little thing here. I would also not have an issue at all, I would say, if I would get these adventures faster. But hopefully we'll get the hero here in 6 minutes and then we'll be doing better. Thanks for the subs, you guys. So 455 players so far. Well, more will join in, that's for sure. Yeah, it already jumped to 662, dude. So people will join, people will be here. Um, it is a summer server, guys, so it's not gonna be very easy. Be well, it's not gonna be very competitive. I think it's just gonna be a lot of metas and people joining in solo, just wanting to, burn a few weeks in the summertime, chill while you're laying in the couch outside in the sun. That's how people play summer servers. But for us, yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be mellow, chill, a good time, uh, relaxing, um, having fun with chill people. That is my goal. Um, oh, and Nick is actually spawned next to me, I think. Yeah, this is him right here. So he's also super close. Nice. Plus, he can raid great from here. I mean, it's not the best oasis to clean out and stuff. Like, he doesn't have any clays. They have some down here and stuff and over here. So, actually, his raiding is going to be pretty nice. And if he can clean all of this, it's a lot of close by raiding. Uh, that's interesting. Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's great, dude. I mean, and again, just clean everything here early game and get your hero strength up, and I'm sure you can manage to benefit decently from this area. And we're close together, so it's perfect. And you have a cleaner for the 18C. Yeah, don't touch the 18C, guys, or you will die. No, I mean, if people are gonna be faster than me, then so be it. But hopefully, with this eco start, you can get as close to be able to settle as fast as anybody else because you're Egypt and you have that extra production. Um, if people want to settle faster with hero rating, then they need to rate at least 20k with the hero. At I would say closer to 30k. But just to be pragmatic and not put us ahead in any way. It's just that if you start with strength compared to like if you have no production here in resources now, then I think our production would be around 600 on each here. Um, what is it? Yeah, 1200 here, so around 800 on each. Um, if you were in strength. And then with the strength, you would have to run around to all the oases and really try and get big hits and all that stuff. And you would have to raid here at least 30k somewhat to be able to settle faster than me. So this is also a way to keep things simple and be able to progress without being actively raiding and having to fight other people for other types of resources. Um, so that gives us that. And then my plan was just to try and get this to 7 as well as the warehouse. And then we'll trigger enough here to, because each of them is going to give us like, what, 21, yeah, 15 here, 15 here, and that'll be enough to trigger the level up, and we get 30 XP overall. But I'm not sure we can complete it before Hero has returned from this adventure and then get resources on the next one, and that'll be in like 20 minutes, which is quite annoying to be honest. Like I was playing on an X3 and then I had like just testing, and then um I had the adventures like within 5-10 minutes. And here it's like, so I'll take this one, and then this one is going to be at least 15-20 minutes away, which is the closest one. I mean, it's a bit, means I can only get the level up in like 30 minutes, which is, yeah, sad. Very sad. Hey, Kazu. I kind of just mentioned it. This is not better than hero rating, at least if your hero rating is good. But you would still have to raid around like 30k resources from Oasis just with your hero to be able to beat it. So that's why you see other people raiding are getting a faster settlement most times. But in my case here, it's like I would have to spawn really early to settle this cropper because this is the only one of its kind. So delaying and spawning out here or just here would give an increased travel time of like 30 minutes, an hour or so. It's not something that will necessarily benefit the person who would challenge me for it. So starting up early, faster. And at the same time, a lot of people always are very actively raiding early game, both with their units and with their heroes. So them being able to get the amount of resources needed to be able to challenge me might not be possible for them. But we'll see how things goes. Um, and that'll give us, oh, nice. That's 17, but both of them gave like 5 or 15, I mean, right? Yeah, 15, 15. So we still need to trigger both. Well, whatever. All good. At least hero is mounted now. Home in 10 minutes, and then yeah, 20 minutes travel time over there. Ugh. Ugh. Disgusting travel times. No, fabulous. Normally you would put all in strength and raid and stuff like that. I could have done that too, but I'm not really that close to that many oases, and I'll try and benefit more from just the hero rating or hero production. So let's keep things simple. Um, but yeah, things have slowed down now, so I can also check chat and we can chill a bit. Uh, I mean, if a lot of people have spawned right next to that cropper, Nick, I mean, maybe they should respawn to go out further, or we should distribute so we don't overlap with all the oases. But I mean, it's up to you guys. But that also clarifies what I just tried to say, which is that there will be a lot of top accounts in this area, and they're all going to be contesting oasis. And honestly, this is bad oasis distribution. Same over here. So us only doing resources and getting what 1200 of each, that's 4, that's 5.2k or 3k or something like that an hour, or was it 5.4k? I think it is. I don't have my old calculations here, no. But the other guys would have to rate a lot if they're going full strength. So we should be okay regarding our settlement time, hopefully. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's a weird medieval dynasty. Let me just change the category. There we go, trivia and legends. Um, so actually, this is also a weird game mode of trivia and legends. In principle, it's a fair bit different from a normal server. However, it's still very normal to what people might consider a normal server. So I'll try and give you some specifics around the server actually. It's an X5 speed, so that's also why we only need one party for settlement. It has a larger array of different types of tribes. So it has the three normal races. It has Huns, Egyptians, and Spartans on top. Huns, Egyptians, Spartans have the same base stats as you would normally see. However, this one runs with Community Week, Romans, Gauls, and Teutons. I was also involved in developing these new stats for these three new races. I do not personally agree with all the stats that are given, but what they have done is, at least for this server type, is optimizing the stats for these three races so they are more competitive against Huns and Egypts. Yeah, I guess we could look at some of the stats too, but it's not that relevant here for just the build order and whatnot. So even though there are different changes to this map, it doesn't really affect how you would normally do a build order on an X5. So um, but we have alliance attack notifications, which is on. And if you don't know what it is, it just means that if you're in an alliance and then you look at your alliance overview, there's like red swords that pop up on the next to people that are under attack in your alliance. It doesn't do that much. I think it's mainly a good tool for people who are multi-accounting and needs to have an easy overlook of your alliance. So if any of your accounts is under attack, so you can go in there and check. But for us model people not building text like that, we don't really benefit from it. You have merging and forwarding, which is just merging some unit types into one town. You can't do it with siege, but other types of. I should really play. I would say, can I finish this to 7? Maybe, maybe. Yeah, let's do that. I should stop talking. And we don't have enough of the hero adventure. Um, thing is, I could build something here and then trigger the experience gained. How much do I gain from marketplace? I was really trying to avoid building it. 318 of each. That's around 1200. Yeah, let's build it just because we can, and then that'll give us resources, and we'll trigger the hero, and it'll give us some extra CP production. Here at level 5, we can still just do full resources. When I get him to 6, I put 1 in strength, so he's able to do adventures better. But okay, perfect for now. Then we just need to get this to 7, this to 10, this to 10. Workshop, main town hall, and then all our CP production is done, and we can start simming this to 10. That's gonna be the plan. We can take these resources and start working on the warehouse there, slow and steady. Is Gaul still good? Yeah, Gaul's fine. I mean, you get like the thing is also on this server, there's some other cool things I didn't manage to get to. Of course, the 18 Cs where it's a normal 15C, except there's no resources in it, so it only has crop fields, and it's has those 150%. That makes that fun. What you have is keep tribe on conquest, which means if I achieve this Hun guy next to me, well, in that case, I can keep that Hun town. So you can kind of get the towns you kind of dream about, which also goes in effect with this choose tribe on the first 3 settlements. So when I build up here and build my settlers, then when I settle, I can choose what kind of race I want to settle. Personally, I started here with Egypt just so my production is higher here. I can't remember what the difference is, but I think Egypt hero gives like 20% more resources on the hero production compared to the other races. So I earn, like the others would earn around 1,000, I earn 1,400 each. So over the course, it takes around 13, 14 hours to settle here in an X5. So this resource production bonus does accumulate a lot over the span of the next 12 hours. So, um, 50%. Yeah, it was 50% back in the day, kind of, and then they changed it because it was kind of overpowered. So they lowered it a bit. So I think it's around 25%. But honestly, I haven't really looked it up, so it's not something I can really answer straight away now. But it helps my build order as I'm doing here, and I'm not gonna do any rating and all that stuff. Um, but I think that kind of how the game mode is. So it's very normal to a normal VV server. Usually you would also only see these stats here on one of those region servers. And personally, I don't like regions. I just like this normal map distribution settlement for croppers and artifacts and all that stuff as we progress. So um, but no, I think it was only 50% stronger. But it's a lot, and it's still a lot. It's very, very strong and effective. So I'm getting spammed here and tagged. So, all right. Um, yeah, there's nothing I really need to do. It's very mellow now. Like, and that's the problem I would say about the early game is like, okay, you do this, and then you don't really do anything for the next 12 hours. Very boring, right? Um, but also just to show you guys the simplicity of things. Otherwise, I would be sitting and looking around map trying to clear some oasis. Um, at least Nick is simming quite hard as well. That's perfect. Let's see how it goes. Now the difference is around 500 res per hour. Okay, thanks, Exist. Next tribe. Well, that's the thing. You can choose the next 3 races we want to be, which means in most cases, you can kind of try and settle for what you need. And even if I started as another race, I would settle an Egyptian cap simply because then you get an Egyptian cap. It's amazing. It has, with waterworks, you get 100% more production. Like, who doesn't want that? I mean, so an alternative is building a Tudor cap, so you have brewery. I wouldn't really do that either unless I really, really need brewery because it fucks with chiefing. You can't really help your alliance as well, stuff like that. So why not take that additional production? So you'll probably see a lot of people settling into an Egyptian cap. I mean, you can also do another race specific capital and then you can merge on this server. So you could build a massive cap hammer. So that would be a reason to have a Roman cap, for example, or whatever you choose. But you see a lot of people settling Egyptian cap, and then after that, we can settle towns that we specifically need. Do you want to build a big ass Roman hammer? You can do that. Let me actually show you the stats. So I only have the stats here for Tunes, Gaul, and Roman for those changes. And some of the changes on this server for Tune wise is better axemen. They're a little bit faster. Same travel time as clubs, but they have 5 extra damage. So they're a little better, a little bit more versatile. Clubs are still stronger, but at least you can comfortably make axe hammers now if that's something you want. At the same time, paladins got a little speed boost and they got 90 in attack, which means you can do Tudun early game raiding with paladins now. You can be a little bit more def orientated, def focused. Let me just check if there's anything I need to do. Not really. Yeah, I could NPC and finish it to 5, but I don't really see the point. Unless, how much does it give? Yeah, it doesn't give any CP. Yeah, we should just ignore things. So yeah, you can do early game raiding or raiding in general with them. With brewery, you get a damage output around 123 or something like that. So it's not overpowered in any way, but makes paladins a little bit more versatile, which I think is nice. Teuton got a little speed boost, and that's pretty much it for Teuton. Otherwise, they're pretty good with the brewery and everything. Gaul got a little damage increase on 5 points on the swords, made them a little bit faster too. Made them more versatile for raiding and just in general a little bit beefier. TTs managed to get 10 more in damage, and then their cost was reduced to 1,000. So it's around the same price as Step. So yeah, it was something Game Master wanted to have from Tiki's side because we buffed the other races. Otherwise, Huden got a little bit more death points, a little bit more in strength, and then they became a little bit cheaper. Or actually, it looks like he increased the price. I'm not sure. It's around the same as before, but it got modified a little bit. But the biggest changes came to Roman Legionnaires, 50 attack, 14 defense, 55 in cavalry defense, and they became a little faster plus a lot cheaper, which was way too much. But I mean, I'm not complaining. I'll probably make a little bit of def like that. Praetorians got a little faster and a little bit cheaper. Imperians more damage output, 5 extra in attack. And yeah, I got cheaper as well as 10 more in damage output, and I think they lowered their speed a little bit. And then yeah, the Caesaris got more damage output, and that's pretty much it, guys. So you'll probably see a bit more people enjoying these changes to the old races. So hopefully there'll be a decent distribution of different races. And as you can see, pretty much it's 20% or 15% on everything. So I like this distribution so far. But that also means a lot of people are not necessarily starting Egypt, only around 20%. And then a lot on Huns as well, right? So but yeah, let's see. A lot of people actually chose Spartans. But I mean, people are here to enjoy and goof around, and we'll see how many joins in overall. At least server starts early, right? So, but we have been going for like 40 minutes. Makes sense. We can choose the next 3 settlements. This means settled villages, so spawn is not included. So you should be able to do it with 3. Normally you would see this on an advanced start, and that's, I think a lot of users have been a little confused about it because a lot of people thought it had advanced start. So when you have advanced start, you have the spawn you can choose. You can settle 2 towns straight away, and then the third one you settle, you specifically choose another race type for that one for your cap. But in this case, it's both the cap settlement and then the two next ones because we don't have advanced start. So this is also kind of a normal server, which I also very much enjoy. So yeah, that's it. Personally, Ray, I'm not building a hammer. I just plan on building full defense. I mean, Miller wants to raid, but I'm not a big fan of raiding. I just kind of wanted to do full production and then trading and then try and be number one total income if I could. How is our strategy going so far? Oh, so far it doesn't show, but we're fourth in production. I mean, if people are going all to 4, then they would probably have more production than us, but to me it doesn't matter. You want me to want to raid? No, not really, because you building units to raid with means I have to raid too. You know, that's Oh, bro, let me. Can you send me your details in private so I can add you as sitter, or not sitter as dual? Thanks, bro. Why does it have no results? Did you misspell your name or information, Miller? Oh, whoops. Oh, okay. He did misspell his information. All right, I was starting to seeing bugs. But yeah, you have an invite now, Miller, so things should be fine. When do we land? 9 minutes. Ugh. But at least now I can leave whenever I want to, and then Miller got things. That's amazing to know. But I mean, this adventure is the only important one. Sorry. It's the only important one because we get resources from it. So hopefully it can trigger us in a good direction. And when I say good direction is completing task rewards, getting this to 7, hopefully getting this to 10 and this one. And in that time frame, we should be able to trigger culture points and population, hopefully. But we'll see. I think how is all right. Yeah, okay, that is a pretty nice 150% next to gray zone. It's pretty sweet. Otherwise, I'm not sure how the distribution is. Maybe we can find some good stuff around there. And this looks as barren as you could imagine. Ugh. But hopefully there's some croppers there or whatever. We'll see how people can settle in the long run. 7 minutes until we land. But yeah, only thing we can really focus on is completing task rewards specific buildings as fast as we can and CP generation elements. But then it's still pretty straightforward. 7, 10, 10, workshop, town hall, this to 10. Nothing else to do. And then settlers. And then question is if we can settle or if we can raid anything with our settlers, but I kind of doubt it. I think all oasis around us is going to be kept down. It's so weird that you guys haven't cleaned anything around here. What are you doing, Nick? Are you running for these faraway oases and stuff? Or are you still doing adventures, I guess? Oh well. Um, oh, and then people are looking for boony crubbers already and stuff. Oh, you hit 4K on one of the iron, 12 minutes away. Okay. One of these over here, I guess. Still a big one there, and I think it's good for you to, but you're already level 5 or something as well as I. Yeah, I get that, but it was just early game. You could have leveled the hero a few times, leveling up here. Like, I mean, these ones just. Okay, well, up to you. I can't help you clean it, that's for sure. Manos is ahead of me in production. What a bad guy. Okay, so you would lose 50 to 80%. Yeah. Well, that was also just at least travel time. That was the only thing I'm thinking because here level up, or hit again on the same oasis. I was just thinking that would speed up the process of gaining more resources in a shorter time span because everything else is so far. But now you're fully leveled up, then it's hard to reset. But I mean, they are really hard to grind. 5 crocs is not really something you want to run into. And that's like this one is has a lot of tigers too. So yeah, I feel you. At least it's better if you can raid other stuff, or at least the woods or whatever. I could just activate this for slow simming, I guess. I mean, nah, I should queue this one next and then finish to 7, and then we can do the main buildings. It just gives a lot of decent CP. Only one, so we'll be fine without. Am I being overtaken in production? Yeah, down to 5 now. But that's actually good. Just means some people are building fields to 4. That gives me an advantage, I would say. Um, oh, and we get a lot of resources here when we get this one. Everything after that is pretty bad. We don't really gain any resources on any adventure. So the only thing it'll do for our hero is taking life off him. And give us some XP. So in the long run, nice to get towards our next level up. So yeah, I think this is the only real extra boost we'll get now. And then after that, we can it's just pure chilling. And like what I could do, I thought about doing at least was create this guide and then have on top everything you need to know as a noob. So maybe I'll start talking a lot about different features within the game for all the noobs out there. So if you find that boring, I'm sorry, but I kind of want to make a guide that kind of elaborates on all the easy things, um, and all the tools within the game and functionalities, just to give a complete guide. Everything to know about arties would be great. Yeah, I can mix that in too. I mean, I think I'll just take it from one direction and then try and go over everything. So if you have any ideas what to talk about, just point me in the direction you want me to go as we progress. Um, Here we have a few minutes or half a minute. Doop, 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 doop. So yeah, let's get that to 7 and then to 10 and to 10. Yeah. It's a very simple process. Oop. We'll start to lose more. Right now we only lost 6 life. Could be a lot worse. Oh, and we got clay as extra distribution resource. So that's quite nice. And then I think I'll just wait a minute. Then we can complete that. We can get this to 10 and then we can start slow simming the academy. Hey mate, what's up? I guess I should also work on an alliance at some point, but I'm not gonna be building Academy to 3, that's for sure. That would be a waste. Oh yeah, this is a very... I mean, it's just because I'm streaming, I'm sitting here with you guys. It's very boring in regards to game. But if you just want to chill a server, hang around, and be competitive at the same time, this build is amazing. Like, it's just... I could leave now and not come back for like 20 minutes. I mean, and we're playing an X5. You know, it's very pleasant. It's very chill. Um, so in that regard, it's perfect. And congrats on a nice spawn, Dan. Sounds good. Yeah, people like... I mean, I'm only... if I weren't trying to be competitive for the cropper, I would definitely just respawn to get a nice crop, or a nice spawning location. Um, for rating purposes. But here we can get this to 7. Collect that. Yeah, okay, that was quite expensive, right? So question is, should we try and get this to 10, I guess? It doesn't really matter if we build this or Academy first, but I think this does trigger more culture point growth. So I think I'll try and go for that. Yeah, okay. Whatever. Being excessive on the gold consumption. I'm sorry, but at least then now we get like 4 more CP an hour at least. And we need this to be able to build workshop and town hall. mainly for the town hall, but workshop will give us like 6 CP more an hour as well. Plus, it's kind of free. We actually earn resources from the task reward on it. We can't really see it here in the overview at the moment, but it's in there somewhere. Um, but yeah, it didn't trigger any task or anything. So now we'll just slowly work on the academy as we get the resources for it. And then we'll trigger these two along the way. Um, plus Academy level 10, workshop, and the town hall. That'll give us the boost so we can get like residents 3, 4-ish, and then we'll keep saving up resources. Yeah, Nick also quit, and then he had some time here in the summer. So we thought, why the hell not? Just goof around a little bit. I kind of quit too, but then I came back a little bit for entertainment purposes. I'm not really that hardcore invested into this server at all. I just want to goof around a little bit. I'll be leaving at the start of next month, so I won't even have a computer, so I can't really stream for you guys. so, so it's not really like, don't expect a full server stream or anything here. It's just for goofing around and collecting a lot of sweet people to hang around with. Is there a bad distribution of croppers on the server? I hope not, but we'll see. Yeah. All right. All right. So yeah, enjoy the goofing that you can get. I like it. Exactly, Kara. We quit and then we start again. I'm not sure why, but it was mainly for the people to just chill and talk shit for a few weeks, and then I can leave too after Artie's. Um, oh my god, that guy is so much faster. He must be building a lot of random extra stuff in his town. But yeah, an Egyptian simmer. Can't have that next to me. At least we're faster towards the cropper. And everybody, well, 119. Yeah, so he's also, that's minion 4. Okay. Probably within our lines, I would say. Oh, you buy me a Starlink and a laptop? Thanks, Miller. That's it. Sorry, bro. Don't have money for gold. I'll need the Starlink. Oh, yeah. It's a minion. Yeah, I know, Miller. I noticed. So, we're a weird alliance. So, I've seen the name Minions. That should. I got an alliance invitation. That's not our alley. We should ignore that. When to expect the first settlement? Around 13 hours after game start, I would say. At least at that time, people can, or maybe 12 hours, roughly. So, but that's great. Like a server here that starts in the afternoon means I can settle before going to bed. You know, so for at least Europeans and many others, at least. Hey Mercedes, thanks for following. And Kina and Iset and Exist and Slither, very nice. Didn't even notice. I think I have some sound issues. Oh, it's because I'm muted. Or not muted, just turned very far down on my audio. But thanks for joining in. Um, but I mean, that's why I love X10 and X5. It's like you can settle within a day. It's not like you have to organize with duels or stay awake for 24 hours or all kinds of silly stuff. It's like you can do the progressional necessities, yeah, within a day's work. So, um, can we? No. And this one should give units, right? Let me see. Guide, starting guide. No, that's the wrong starting guide. That's not the right starting guide ever either. I'll have to find another browser for it. Hang on a second. Yeah. Question is if I can load it up over here. I can. That's good. All right. This is the adventures. So next one would, yeah, give 3 troops. And then silver we can't use for anything. Ointments we can't really use for anything. Books we can't use for anything because we're doing full resources, right? So that also makes you able to save up this book or sell it or whatever you want as a player. And then on the 7th we can get resources, but everything else is useless. And then based at least on my testing, I need 1 point in strength to be able to do these adventures, so we can do 11 and 12 before we settle, or around that time. And they should provide more resources than having that extra point, because over the course of what is it, 12 hours, you only gain like 2,000 resources from that 1 point that you put in strength. And at least 2 adventures, if you get resources, should be able to provide you like 4k each. So that's 8,000. You would substitute those 2,000 with. And even if you get just 1 resource adventure, you still earn more than what you would gain from the production on that hero point. Um, yes, this is an account, or this is a server with Roman buffs. We went over that a little bit. Again, these stats. So, normal server, just with new stats. So, I like it. And hey, Keith. Well, good luck with that. I, um, I, I mean, you can take it, but for me and Miller, our only priority is the 18C. So if we bounce, we will forward it. And I mean, if it's within alley, it's like, we'll see how it goes. Oh, you will still fight me? Okay, sure. Good luck with that. But you being on the wrong Discord account or Twitch account is not uncommon. You guys log into each other's shit all the time. Um, we can slow sim this soon. Just need 70 more rests in the wood. But yeah. But we'll see how this goes. But pretty straightforward. Otherwise, I'm going to stretch my legs in just a second, and then I think I'll dive into all these weird interface elements. And I totally remembered to, yeah, everything is fine. I should just extend these. And I'll probably need the gold club. Yeah, we'll need it. Also in case Miller wants to raid and all that stuff. And at least I can use it now to look for croppers and stuff for the Alliance. So, all good. Um, 30 more, 25 more. How many on server so far? 1100. Yeah. We'll see how things will progress. Oh, people are starting to spawn a bit further out. We're at like an hour after server start now. So again, if you delay too much and sit and rebounds, like there's a long travel time to get there. So best is just to start slow and steady. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, and we can start simming that, which was all I wanted. And I can stretch my legs. So yeah, I'll take the mic off. Just gonna give my ears a little relaxation time, and I'll see you guys in 2 minutes, something like that. Alrighty, guys. Hero we can send out again. Not that it's not really important to do as your adventures that's super fast. Again, they don't matter now. They matter if I want to convert with a book or something like that when you've been running around cleaning oasis with strength. So Yeah, Nick, I don't think you should expect people to clean this for you. We'll see. Oh. Nick, we want Beste to play. Beste Boreal. We want him on the team. I mean, yeah, sure. Mm. Yeah, I know. We have a weird rule this round of this server. So sorry guys if anybody's sitting out there wanting to like play along or something like that. We just decided we just want to invite nice people only, like very chill people we just can vibe with and just have it very relaxing. No people to babysit or anything, so it's just a very small crew, so to speak. Um, Want to play with us? You can, Hey, oh, I almost sent him the wrong quotes. Oh, and I could send the hero. Not that it was important, right? Fabulous. I don't know. Sorry, I can't remember all Twitch tags and stuff. Um, but I mean, it's also so like I just want to chill and have some fun. I should also be outside enjoying the sun, and though I think it's raining these days, or it has been a little bit. But I just want to chill a lot, and I can't play the whole server. I think I'll be able to play for 2 or 3 weeks, and then I can't play at all after that because I'm going away. Um, like I'm leaving my apartment, so I also have to clean that out in the next couple of weeks. So I'll be busy with other things, and yeah, it's just a little summer shebang. Oh, okay, you haven't played for a while. Good, keep it at that. I don't want to motivate people to play either. I mean, it's a silly game. Very silly. Very silly stuff. I won't I can't trigger anything, but you can see we kind of get closer to these and they will gain a lot of traction getting these types of buildings because they give a lot of CP and pop. So when we hit around level 10, we will be able to trigger all these. Um, or at least when the workshop and town hall goes down, that will at least trigger it. So we'll get a boost towards level 7 on the residents. Um, but yeah. All right, this was the noob guide, right? So my idea was to talk about every single stupid little interface element. So, so where to start? Maybe just start from the left. If this is your first time seeing Travian, um, then welcome. And I'll try and go over all the details around different buildings and stuff like that. So, but what you see here is pretty much what you need to focus on. To do this very eco opening, and then you can settle, and then you just need to focus on production. It's a very key aspect, getting your production fields up. The more production, the more resources, the more things you can do in general. Um, and it's always nice to have clay. You use clay for many things within the game. Some for unit types, but mainly for building things. Um, Things are quite clay heavy, at least when it comes to storages like warehouses and granaries. You can see they're mainly clay heavy. So getting production up and being able to accumulate a lot of resources without you being on the account is a very good combination. So that's why getting clay up is quite nice. However, the best you can do, also if you're playing low gold, is evenly upgrade them. Start with the clays, and then woods, iron, crops, and then get them up because you get these task rewards, and they're very important regarding leveling your hero, as well as just getting more resources that you can work with. So, getting all to 4, getting all to 5, or at least getting one of like all of clays to 5 gives the task rewards. Otherwise, it's at 7, 8, 9, 10. Even distribution triggers task rewards, and yeah, very important. Um, Otherwise, in the town, you have a lot of things. You have the main building. It's very important for increasing construction times in general. So if you're slowly building stuff without gold, then it's very important to get this up. Its sweet spot is around getting it to 12, 16. 16 is very nice. Um, but getting them to 20 is very nice too. But is it something you really need to focus on? No. Getting them to 16 does provide a lot of CP in general. Population doesn't help your account really. It just makes you look big here in regards to your population. But what's really important is your CP production, which is culture points. And culture points you accumulate also with parties and makes you able to settle your next town and your next town and your next town. So these 3 buildings are kind of key in regards to getting your account up or your new town up so you can store resources and you can build the fields faster. Um, Another key building after that would probably be your marketplace. It also generates a lot of culture points and gives population, but it makes you able to distribute your resources to other towns or trade in general. Hey Sword, thanks for the sub. Another prime, the good stuff. But is it a building you really need early game? Not really. You build it to like level 3 or level 7 for the task rewards and the extra culture point generation. But a sweet spot is usually around level 10 or 13 in the early game when you start having new towns, so you can push all your resources to some location. That's pretty much all it does. It has another upgrade when you get the stable to level 10. It needs smithy to level 3, then we can place a stable. And if you get that to 10 plus the marketplace is 20, then you can put down a trade office. This one. And it just increases the carry capacity of your merchants. So it can be important to get in all your towns in the long run, at least if you're playing on slower speeds. Otherwise, it's also something that can be upgraded within your alliance. So you don't necessarily need a trade office to some extent, but it's always very good, especially for the late game and if you have a capital and need to move some resources. And I love you too, random citizen. Um, the thing is, that that is something that comes later on. Um, Having an embassy at level 1, then you can join any alliance. If you have it at 3, you can create an alliance with unlimited invites until you hit the max level at 60 people in an alliance. But building them can be beneficial. It's also one of those buildings, just like main building and marketplace, where you get a lot of CP from them that it's generating in the background passively. Uh, but I don't like building them because I prefer having more storage capacity so I can be offline more time where I accumulate resources without I have to look in. So on slower speeds like X1 and X3, you could place them in your town for more CP production, but it requires resources to build and it stops you from having extra capacity. So I don't really recommend building them. Crannies is a decent tool within the game. Crannies, as you upgrade them, they can hide more resources. I mean, they're okay, but they're not great. They won't save you. I mean, they can help people not raid you. So some people tend to build one in a town. At least in the early game, it can be nice because then you can just spend down your resources. And then if somebody hits you, then whatever is remaining there, I think their capacity level here at this point is at level 10 is around 2,000 resources of each. And you can, like, when you get it to 10, you can place new ones as many as you want, and those you can also only get to level 10. So each of them is 2,000 of each resources. So if you suddenly build this to max, which is 80,000 capacity, then you need what, 20 of them or something like that to be able to, no, wait, what, 2,000 of each times 20, it's 40,000. So even if you build 20 of them, which you can't, you can maybe max build 5 or something without messing up your bonus buildings that you need. So I mean, they generate a bit of CP in the early game. It has their advantages. Some build orders requires you to build them, but is it something that really saves your account? No, but you can avoid getting raided to some extent. So they can be relevant to build throughout the game, or at least in the early game. But if you need to rely on them for the long haul, then you're pretty dead. But I mean, it's a tool to survive if you need to, so people can't raid you. But yeah. um, I kind of briefly mentioned it that there's bonus buildings, and bonus buildings, if you get a cropland to level 5, then you can put down something called a grain mill. So now you have so much crop that you need a mill to be able to, handle it faster. That's what the real world people would say. But what it does is for each level, and all of these does that for each level, it increases your production by 5%. And for crop, you can do grain mill and a bakery. So you can actually get things up to 50% extra production, while the other ones give you 25 maxed out extra production. But these are 5 separate buildings, so I tend to use all 5 slots for them. In some cases, you would not build, like if you have a cropper, like a capital at least, then you would not build the, clay, wood, iron bonuses because you would only have one of each. So it's not relevant to upgrade their production. It's simply not worth having it compared to having more storage capacity in your capital. But you would always build the mill and the bakery and get those 2 buildings down. So um, but you build them as you progress. Usually, you would get all to 7 first, and then you could start thinking about maybe getting all to 8 or one of each to 10 and get those bonus buildings. But even then, you get them to like level 3. It's all about the cost advantage in regards to building them compared to accumulating more resources from making them. So if you've seen other of my build orders, like I get them to like one of each to 10 and then get them to 3. And then as we get all to 8, 9-ish of the fields, then you can upgrade them to 4 or level 5. So it really kicks in the long run. But nothing that will build here in the early game. You have other building types too, so you can fight people, which is the fun part in the game. You have barracks, you have something called stables for building horses, and then you have a workshop so you can build siege, which is rams for taking down enemy walls, or you have catapults for breaking buildings. You also have a hospital, which helps you revive units. So if you lose your army, then this will automatically push you, what is it, 25% or 20% of your troop losses gets pushed into your hospital, and then you can also use that as a unit producing building where you slowly revive them and send them back into your army so you can keep raiding with more units or attacking again. And yeah, for units, you also have a tournament square, which just makes your units run faster over 20 fields. So it's not necessarily a building that you will build in the early game, but as you progress in the game, it can be important to run faster. So you can manage to help people in need. Um, you would build a stable early game if you're raiding with some of the more horse-orientated tribes like Roman, Gaul, Huns. Then you would already have a stable now pushing out some horses. Um, but in our case, it's not something we will do. We also won't really build any units here in the early game as long as we're in beginner's protection. We might extend the protection just so we can keep simming without anybody annoying us at all. Um, but we'll see as we progress. We have an academy. An academy makes us able to research these units that we need. So some of them, horses, the best horses for Egypt require stable 10 and academy level 15. So it's not something you really see here in the early game, but you can always find the different necessities. In most cases, you would always keep an academy around so you can get it to 20. So you can build chiefs, which is a unit where you just get one, so you can take towns from other people. But otherwise, you use the settlement slots here to just train settlers, which is a lot cheaper than building chiefs. Oh my God, there's so much to talk about. I can already feel my throat getting sore just by trying to mention every single little detail. Um, you have Mason's Lodge, which is something you can only build in the capital. And right now, our spawn is our capital, which means we can build it here. It's a very cheap building, but it can go all the way to level 20, and it just makes your buildings more doable. So it's always good to have in your capital or wherever you need it, where you're being attacked. At least that requires you to change your capital, but it makes it more profound and stronger buildings. So it takes a lot more enemy catapults to be able to remove you. So a very cheap building to invest into if you want to survive. But I mean, in most cases, you want these building slots to contain other things than a stonemason. But if you're under attack, just like with the cranny, it can be a good tool. Treasuries are for artifacts, something we can maybe talk about a little later, because it's not really relevant for your account unless you're going to have an arty. But this is where we would put an artifact if we had any, but we don't. Maybe in 20 days when they are released, then we can fight for them. Waterworks is Egyptian tribe specific, and it just helps us every time you take. Let me just find the building. It's in military. You can build something called a hero mansion. And you could say that that is where your hero rests, but he's not really there. But each town can build one, and it makes you able to, if you get it to 10, then you can take any oasis you want around you within 7x7 fields, which is within 3 fields. Because 7x7 is 7 fields across, 7 from the top. So 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3. That is our distance. So 1, 2, 3, we would be able to collect any of these down here, but we're not interested in it. We can reach some of these 50%, which is very nice. 50% is better than 25%, but they give 25% to clay or 50% to crop, or there's different types of distribution. In this case, 50% here. We can reach 1, 2, 3. This is the edge we can kind of get to. We can reach all of these, to be honest. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that one too. But this one we can't reach. You know, it's 4 fields away. So it kind of works like that. We can put down a smithy. That's also an infrastructure element that's revolving around military, and it just helps us upgrades our troop. You can build more troops, or you can make them better. Yeah. So if we had that, we could start working on the units that you have researched in the academy. Then you can start upgrading them. But it's more important early game to just get more units compared to upgrading them. I should get this to 6. Honestly, I'm gonna try and build it as fast as I can because it gives nice CP production. This gives us additional 4 already. And as you can see, we're getting closer to to these rewards, slow and steady. Well, so, Amy, then you clearly haven't been following the stream because I know that Nick is here. But yeah, he didn't name himself Yoda. I don't know why. But I mean, that's what you get. And why are you fighting with him, for Oasis? You're on that one, I presume, but you're not on. Oh, Bingo's is also within the alley. That's nice. Also, I think he's hero rating. No, maybe not. Maybe he is. Yeah, he is. Cleaning everything around him there. But that's nice. Helping with that. None of this is clean still. Anyways. Oh, we have slaves coming home. And we can raid a little bit, but won't really be that beneficial. Anyways, we were talking, and you can build these different types of buildings. I've mentioned this one, town hall. This is the one we need to be able to build um, build build parties so we can settle. Getting it to 1 makes us able to build small parties. When you get it to 10, you can build big parties. So early game, you build small parties. Late game, big parties, or pretty fast. Before mid game, you start building a lot of big parties, and then big parties only. But I think what I didn't say about the waterworks, because then I said, okay, you take Oasis. But again, this is only tribe specific for Egypt. So if I take this Oasis, it gives us 50%. With waterworks, if I get that to 20, this would be 100% extra production. So it's a very good building to get to help increase your production. And again, we're not really raiding, we're just simming. So getting that as a building is very good in the long run. As soon as we get an Oasis, we would settle it and get it to level 5 or 10 pretty fairly fast. Trade-off, as we mentioned. And then these are greats, which is better warehouses, better granaries. They have the triple the amount of value than a normal. So instead of 80,000 as max storage, it's 240,000 in storage, 3 times 80. So, but we can only build these if we have artifacts. So not really relevant for now. at all. So we could upgrade our units with smithy. We can make horses in the stable. We can build siege units in the workshop. We can revive things and we can make them faster. So those are unit orientated buildings and you don't really need them for the most part of the early game. Resource fields and storage production and being able to build units with or settlers with the residents. You just get that to 10 or level 20, then you unlock these expansion slots. And you can manage building it up. You can train your settlers. You can watch how much culture points you have and the loyalty within that town in case people are trying to kill you off. You can also click this one off and then people can, within your alliance, can take the towns from you. So you can kind of help each other out if that is what you need. Like on this server, you can take race specific towns. So if I chiefed this one, I would get a Hun town. So you can also have your friends settle over with a town, can you settle me a Hun town? Then he places it there and then I can chief it from him. And then all he needs to do is just, check this one off and then I can take it. Unless we're sitting each other, but that's a whole nother thing. But no reason to dive into that per se. Yeah, that's expansion elements. And all the buildings we're talking about. You can also build great barracks and great stable, which is 3 times more expensive than a normal barrack. At least the great barrack is. But makes you able to build units faster. So you can build a bigger hammer, but it's very expensive. It's very good to build, so you get a strong hammer, so you do more damage per hammer that you send. But as a new player, it's not really something you should focus that much on. Getting your barracks to 20, stable to 20, and workshop to 20 is more important to reach that point where you sustain your production and make sure that every second you gain more units. Um, that is more important, mostly important. You can't build great workshop, so you just have what you have in that standard unit producing building for siege. You can build rally points. You can get that to 20. And for each level, that means people would have to send one more unit on you all the way up to 20. So if you have rally point 20 and people have sent 19 units your way, then you can see, hey, it's below 20 units. So it can be good getting up at some point so people just can't sit with one unit and attack you, and then you don't know what's coming. So if you want to be able to spot a little bit more, get that rally point up. Otherwise, getting it to 10 helps your siege to be able to target things better. I can't really show you that right now, but it gives you the ability if you have it at 20, you can start targeting, or you can do that at 10. I don't know. There's some limitations to it based on what gold features you have and how it's leveled up. You also need it to 20 to be, or 15. Yeah, you need it to 15 to be able to build tournament squares so your units gets faster and stuff like that. At the same time, you have a stone wall that's also units specific in the matter that every time you level it up, it gives you more defensive bonus to the units that you have within the town. It's a thing that can be removed by rams, by your enemies, but it's very good to build up to give you additional defensive value to the units that you have. But in most cases, it's better to have more units to be able to defend. It's better to have 1,000 units than 100 units behind a defensive wall. you would still have more defensive value by actually building the units. But especially early game, walls can be hard to take down. So getting a wall to level 10, 15, 16 is very strong. Getting them to 20 can be a little expensive. So, but in most cases, it's good to get the wall to 20 whenever possible. I need to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Alrighty, guys. So, and I had a feeling Donatello was going to play, but I see he wasn't plus plus. So the question is what he's going for, but he managed to snag a decent spawn. I mean, a lot of rating potential around, which also shows a lot. Shh, shh. Okay, I won't say anything then. But he is pretty far from an 18C, I think. Yeah, he's all the way up there, and the 18C is down here-ish. Oh, maybe he's not that far from it, actually. He was up there. Yeah. Okay, maybe decent. Oh, you're speaking with him. Okay. Well, I mean, just as I said, you need to rate like 30k resources to be better than the Egypt rest settling. So these are already high competitive accounts, and he's in plus plus though. He's very close to it also. So they're gonna be competitive against each other, and this guy is in minus minus. He can also get the 18C, I think. So, but Gollum, and they went with the. I actually went into the sheet and changed their name with 2 L's, but they refused. It had to be with 1 L apparently, but as they want. Um, And yeah, I just auto completed the academy to 8 just to get that extra CP production. And then we're waiting for ninth and then 10, and then we can work on that and then work towards the residence. Um, but I think I managed to introduce resources. I managed to introduce most of the buildings here. There's probably some of them I haven't introduced, which is like race specific buildings. Like Teutons can build breweries so they can get more off power when they attack people. Or when you're Roman, you can get a horse drinking trough so you can be able to build your units faster and they cost less in upkeep. So instead of 2, they only cost 1, stuff like that in the upkeep sense of things. um, Sorry, I had to write to some people. Um, but yeah, otherwise you can see as things progress. So it's a very simple game. Like just get production, get your storages, and then you can get more resources that you can then use for other things. So very simplistic. You can do your own thing, slow and steady. You don't need to have to be aggressive and sit and raid people. And people start this game and think, oh, I have to attack people all the time, and I need to be didn't. Then that's not how you really build a big account. Just focus on yourself, get your production up, and then before you know it, in a couple of weeks, you'll have more production that you'll ever need. Um, so instead of trying to take other people's resources, just mind your own business and make your own production. It's a bit stronger, to be honest. It's more reliable income. But that's these 2 pages. That's pretty much all you need to shuffle around with. Um, Additionally, you have this fancy hero over here, and it's surrounded by different things all around it. This one shows how much experience it's gaining and how much it has. The blue is how much it has in percentage to getting full to 100%, and then it will reset. It will reset the life over here as well. So this one also starts cutting down depending on how much health he loses against animals or on adventures and stuff like that. Um, Hang on, I don't know why he's spamming me in private. Hang on. Um, bum, bum, bum. What was I talking about? Yeah, I was talking about this interface part. So it'll give you a quick overview here. Like your hero needs 241 experience to achieve level 6, right? You can also find the same information here, a little bit more specifically if you need some more details, or your health, or your hero production, or what kind of attributes you've put his points into. And again, you can always change these if you need a book, but they can be a little hard to come by, or at least you need to invest a little bit of resources. It tells you a little bit about his speed, and then you can twist this on and off depending on if you want to hide him during an attack on your home village. So if your hero is standing here home at in the town and you get attacked, that one can make you auto dodge, like your hero just runs away, or if it's like this, then he will just stay there in the town, which is in most cases the best, so he can stand there with your units and take a fight, having defensive bonuses or just his strength overall can help him fight. um, you also have like this indicator. It shows what he's doing right now. It'll take you to the rally point here, like, okay, so he's running. Your hero's on the way. Right now, he's currently in the town. It says now you can see it change the marking. Like, okay, it's home. So we can go there and send him again. And now this one is 6 minutes away instead of those 20, 30 minutes away. That's a bit annoying. That we get it so late, because now travel time doesn't matter, which is, yeah, annoying. Anyways, that's the RNG of things, random generated elements to the game. And otherwise you can click the adventures and go there and send your hero or whatever. This one is auctions, and we don't have access to that now. We need to do our first 10 adventures, and we've only sent now on the 4th, so it'll be a long time until we can start betting here and do other stuff. So I think we'll take that as we get to it, because right now we can't really see anything. But that's how you control your hero, or at least view what your hero does. Otherwise, you can always control your hero from the rally point, where you can go here and send him somewhere. You can send him as reinforcement, change his hero hometown if I send him to another town or something like that. But otherwise, you can raid and attack with him as you want. This one over here doesn't really do anything. I think this one takes you to a start page or to your lobby or whatever, but doesn't really matter. Another important thing is the server time. So again, depending on where you are in the world, this will be different from what your actual time is. I'm 1 hour ahead, but this makes you able to coordinate within the game with all your friends. So it doesn't matter where you are in the world. You can always see, okay, it's 14 o'clock for everybody, so everybody knows that it's that time. So if you need to send defense to somebody, or you need to attack somebody at a specific time, then you use this. You have the ability to change the time zone, but I would never recommend doing that, to be honest, unless all your players are from Denmark, and then we set it to UTC +2. But you would rarely see that in Travian, where everybody has the same time zone. It would just make it very confusing, and there's nothing worse in the game than people timing things to wrong times. That is a no, 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 no. That can suddenly mean enemies can know that you're hitting an hour earlier than you would have. That gives them an hour more to place defense, or you will be late for a death call, or you won't pick up an RD in time, or oh, there's so many things that can go wrong. So coordinate with your team around the server time, but in most cases these days, this is just the standard time everybody will use on that specific server that they're joining in on, because then you don't have to change anything and nothing can go wrong, you know. After that, you have the map. Like, you have the resources, you have the inside of your town, and If you get more towns, they will pop up here on your village list, and then you just switch between them, and then you can see what's in the inside or the outside. After that, you have the map, and the map is how Travian works. It is just one big map, 200 fields in that direction, 200 in that direction, 200 in that direction, and 200 in that direction. And then it's split up into normal coordinates, as you know from school. Like you have the x coordinate and the y coordinate, and then this is minus minus, this is plus plus, this is minus plus, x, y coordinate, and then this is plus minus, and I'm in this quad. I think I'm right there, right? So we spawned there, and then otherwise people just select their quad in the opening and go for a quad. It's very good to, stick to settling croppers in the quad that you spawned in, because it's definitely a shorter travel time compared to spawning over here and trying to send over here, right? So, you need to use your brain a little bit in regards to travel times. The map consists of people spawning in and being at a certain distance from each other. Spawning is done from one direction to the other, and then it'll just keep filling in as you spawn in. That's why you see people try and respawn just like I did, where I was respawning over here, I think, all the time, and then finally, I started respawning here. So I got closer to the thing I wanted to get closer to, because this is like an hour, 45 minutes travel time to get there. While over here, it'll take me like an hour, 2 hours to get there, right? So it's important I'm closer. So that's why you see people respawning and trying to do that. Otherwise, the map just consists of these barren fields, and it's different types of towns. So this is like a normal town I have now. As you spawn, you always start with 4, 4, 4, 6, which is 4 wood, 4 clay, 4 iron, 4 and 6 crop. But there's a lot of different types. You can have this where you have less wood, then more crop, and then medium iron, and then 6 crop. Or you can have 4, 4, 3, 7, like different types of distributions. But again, as I said earlier game when I was talking about what you should upgrade, it's good to be clay heavy. You use that a lot in the early game. For different races, Roman, for example, they require a lot of iron for their units. So at some point, it can be very good to get a lot of iron. But if you use a lot of gold and just NPC anything, it doesn't really matter that much what type of resources you gain. But for the simplicity of things, for it to be more easily manageable and you don't have to NPC that much, I always try and get nice towns that get a lot of clay production. So as you settle the map, it can be very good to take like just a 4, 4, 4, 6 town, and then you can take that here, and as you can see, you can reach this oasis, and you could reach this oasis. So if you get your hero mansion to 15, at 10, you could take one oasis. At 15, you can take a second. And if you pay a lot of money, a lot of resources, you can get it to 20, and then you can take 3 oases. It's something you only really do for your capital, but other supporters could get at least 2 oases. That's nothing wrong with that. It's really great extra production, because there's a limit to how many villages you can settle. So the more production you can get for each village, the better. Um, but otherwise on the map, you just have one big green blob, and all that green blob consists of all these different types of towns, and some of them are, these normal towns, and then some of them are like this one, where you get a 15C, where you get a lot of crop. And getting a lot of crop with a lot of good oasis here, like this one would get 100%, because it can reach that one and these two. So it gets a lot of production. And crop will be able to feed your units, because as you build them, they require crop. So it can be very important to get. There's a lot of different other types of towns, or not that many other types, but there's something called the 9C, which just has 9 crop fields. like this is a 15C, so it has 15 crop fields. And I can't really find a 9C right now, but it is also a decent cropper to be able to settle, which you can find somewhere. I found this one. Yay. It's actually a decent one because it can take 150% for the crop fields. So it can also provide you some decent production. But yeah, that's the map, and then you just settle somewhere. If you go very far out here, it can take you like 12 hours to settle out there. And if other people send at the same time on the same things, then only one can settle, and then the other ones get sent back. So it can be a little risky to send far sometimes, but it's definitely worth it if you get what you're looking for. On the map, you will see things pop up like the oasis or your adventures or whatever you're going for. I think I took this adventure so you can see my hero is returning. So they will be located different places on the map. What you also have is a gray zone. And gray zone is occupied by Natars, which is the non-playing character within the game. It has they're already present from the start. There are these VV villages, and those things you can count, you can take. There are also different areas within 50 fields from center that you can also claim. These ones has more units in them though than these ones, so these ones are easier to take if you want in the long run. But you can also settle in here from your location. If you find a nice cropper, for example, this one, it had 150% oasis to it. But if you settle inside the gray zone, which this one would cause, it's just at the edge. This is also the edge, but this is also classified as gray zone. These 50-50 green/gray. But they're in gray zone. And what happens if you settle in the gray zone is that the Natars will get angry with you and they will send troops to try and kill you. And here on an X5, I think they land within 4 hours or something like that. So you have 4 hours to try and survive. And you can survive by changing your town to a capital, and then you build the structure I introduced before, which was the stonemason, because the stonemason is the only building that forcefully says, I will be here as the last building alive, no matter what. So, and it's a little bit technical to get into, but then you just take your town, fill it up with all fields to level 1 here, and then you build some of the standard building as you've seen I've built here, and then you build the workshop or the stonemason. And then when you have more than, I think they send like 10 waves, so you need 20 buildings to be able to survive. So it's like 18 of these plus, I don't know, 5-10 more buildings. You can find guides on that on the Travian blog. I would recommend just going and checking that out. Hey Ben, hey Bamba. So you build the necessity buildings, and then you can be able to survive that. And after that, the Natars won't touch you. The only bad thing about being in here is that, as I talked about earlier, you can build the buildings and they generate extra CP. So our production is, it provides 90 culture points per day right now. If I were in gray zone with a town, it would provide me 0. It would not give any CP at all, which can be a little troublesome and makes your expansion growth a little slower. But you can always do parties and they will provide CP if you make them. So it's not the end of the world, but having all your towns in gray zone can be a little troublesome in regards to accumulating CP in the long run. Yeah, Ben. Yeah, all good. I'm just I have nothing to do, so I'm just trying to While I'm waiting for resources, I'll just auto-complete this one, honestly, and complete it. That gives us more 4 CP more in the long run, and then soon we'll get that to 10, and we can get further along with our process here. Yeah, hero has absolutely nothing to do. What if we hit that? Oh, he actually survives, but yeah, he doesn't have enough strength to actually kill these. So yeah, what if he had 1 point in strength? Then we could have done it. But I mean, it's not really that important to rate this. It doesn't provide that much resources. How does it work for 2 to 3 villa tribe? What do you mean? Well, 1500. I mean, I think within the next 3 hours we should be able to reach like at least 3K players, and then whatever will join in. But yeah, so hopefully 5K players in the long run. We'll see. You can choose your tribe for second and third and fourth villa. Yeah, as far as I know. So at least that's what the game mode said. On first, second, and third settled villages. So the first 4 races you can choose for each town. And Bamba Nugget, yeah, I mean, you could join if you want. But otherwise, I mean, yeah, I'm not really playing it for the end of the server, and we're just goofing around. But yeah, otherwise the team is pretty set. I don't have that many plans for the server. Just goofing around. So for the map, we talked a little bit about the gray zone. There's different towns, different oases. That is pretty much what the map consists of. At some point when artifacts spawn, they spawn at different locations on the map. I can try and go into details for evolving it, but I won't do that right now. Um, you have something called statistics, and statistics is always nice. It can show us everything about the players in regards to how many there are on the server and your specific population ranking regarding all these different players. You can also see specific attack ranks, defender ranks, and top 10. Um, Attackers is the overall attacker who has the most attack points. Right now, nobody has anything because we're just attacking animals. This is only player versus player based. Same with defender. So nothing really to check out here. Um, Top 10 player makes you able to see the PvP and PvP defender. And again, no points, so nothing to show. PvE is how many animals you fight, the environment. So Natars count as well here, as well as the animals. So, and this is based on, yeah, people sitting with their hero and raiding oasis and cleaning it. Robbers is how many resources you gain. Right now, people are just raiding animals, and killing animals gives you resources. So killing those plus sitting with units and raiding the oasis afterwards. When you clean an oasis, they will start generate resources within it. Then you can then sit and raid with normal units. Horses, you just send 1 for the most part. Some require 2, but otherwise 2 infantry can hit it, and then none of them die, and they get some resources, and then you can keep accumulating more and more resources based on that rating. But you can track that here in the top 10. That is pretty much what it displays. Hey, Sugadactyl, I thought about inviting you. Um, but I decided not to because I have a very small crew. Um, but if you want, man, just you can join. You can join. Just go to plus minus. Yeah. You can still start. It'll just spawn out further. And yes, last time Psychodactyl did an off account. Okay. But yeah, right now we're not building. We're not joining the alliance. But when I say small, we're just like 20 accounts max. So it's nothing fancy. It's nothing cool. And we'll all quit at some point. Why won't you join us? We miss you. Did I? Oh, you actually made the weird alliance. Okay, fair enough. Um, yeah, I can join you. That's fine. Uh, can I? Invitations. Yeah. And then I just join and no, kidding. But yeah, okay. Then we have an alliance. That's always something. So within statistics, you have that for players. You have the same for alliances. So you can see how people are doing, blah, blah, blah. You have a village overview, which I never use because it's kind of very irrelevant, but it just ranks all the villages based on the highest population. So it's whatever. Doesn't matter at all. It can be interesting to check people's level on the hero, how your own progression are compared to them. My hero is low level. Again, I'm not cleaning stuff. That would give me more experience. But every time we get a task reward, we also get more levels. So you can track your comparison here to other players. General stats is probably the most useful thing. I'm together with these two. And here you can see a lot of different information regarding your own account and everybody else on the server. It displays how old the server is, how many has created. This doesn't mean necessarily that there are 1,541 players on the server. It just means that this many has actually registered. So as people delete their account, there would be less players on the server, but you can always check here and say, okay, 1,542. So people haven't had the time to be able to delete their account. So right now, these two numbers match up completely. Right. So otherwise, it shows the server start. It will display who settled first here, who gets the first artifact here, who gets the first construction plan, who gets the first VV to level 1. And then this one will show who wins in the end. So a little progression through the server, and you can find different timings for when artifacts will spawn or construction plans, and when the server will finish in the end if nobody else managed to get the VV to 100. Otherwise, you can see the distribution here of the different types. We already looked at that earlier. And right now, there's a very even distribution between all the races. I see a lot of people just like there's so few Spartan servers out there, so people tend to want to play Spartan when they get the opportunity for it. So you see that, and otherwise you can see a circle diagram here over that distribution. Um, Otherwise, you can see here your population rank. Right now I'm 65 overall. I'm 10 within the alliance. Not that interesting. You can see the same population here, doesn't really matter that much. But you can see how you develop here in this graph over different days. Otherwise, you can see your resource rank. As I said, our production is pretty good, focused on that. We were 3 earlier, then we were 5, and then we're down to 15 now, but that's because other people are either getting higher level on their hero or they're building fields to 4, stuff like that. But again, we're not interested in that, so we don't care that our resource rank is lower than other people's. Overall, we're only 524. I'm not really sure these data is correct, but um, but right now the only thing that matters is settlement, so resources towards that is a-okay. Does your tribe you pick change anything besides your hero? No, no, it doesn't, Amy. But yeah, I picked Egypt, so I have higher production. But otherwise, it's just very hero specific early game. I would have expect more people to take Egypt too, but again, with the other races, people would like to raid, so maybe people will raid a lot, and then they can always settle the Egyptian cap, you know. So if you're actively raiding, then pick another race than Egypt. That's very doable. But you can see a lot of different other kinds of data here, and it's not really important for you as a noob to follow. Um, but you can see per day and then your overall ranking. And you can see more specifically based on bounty, trading, production, you know, you can dive into some of these elements. But otherwise, you can see your distribution here, how much you gain. Um, then you can see your military rank. Again, I have no units, so I'm very bad in offense as well as defense, but you can check your ranking here. This just shows, yeah, the overall distribution. Here it takes by city and says, okay, this hammer is this big, this hammer is this big. So you can kind of see how big your hammers are compared to, like if you have rank 1 hammer or rank 20, then you can see how big the biggest one is, and then the rank 20, and then you can see, or you can assume what's kind of in between. Defensive is kind of based on different cities, but it's your overall ranking within the game world or your specific alliance. Otherwise, you can see your culture point generation per day. This is the, like, again, we were 90 before, now we're 94. So I don't need to go into my residence to check my CP production. I can just find that here. And then I can see where I am within the game mode or the alliance, and then so far how much we've produced. When we settle later, we can kind of check how fast we are settling compared to others, and you can kind of track how well people are progressing compared to you with your culture point development. You can see the distribution, what's based on buildings, what's based on helmet for the hero. You can get a CP helmet there, or the alliance bonus that gives you extra stuff. And you can also check so far in your celebrations. And rewards that you get. You can get some task rewards from the daily quests, but we can check that out later. But that's pretty much what you can check in general. But it's good to go in here and check how you're doing compared to others and how things are developing. So we're missing 2,000 more, then we can get it to 10 and we can complete the last buildings until we need to work on the residence. So I got some time to continue to spam. And then I can just rate this, see if that'll give me anything. Seems tough in res total. You mean res so far? I think this is bugged. No way I'm only rank 524 in total so far resource accumulated. But I mean, again, if people are making fields to 4, then yes, they would generate more resources than me so far, but they won't have as much resources available for the other things I'm building right now. And this can be buggy, and it can change a lot each 30 minutes or an hour. But I'm also dropping here, you know, so I'm not totally convinced that this is the correct number. But yeah, whatever. A lot of different ways to build and build orders out there. But yeah, that's statistics for you. And then you can check as the last tab here, you can see Wonder of the World, which is those towns that we already saw on the map, those gray towns. And when people occupy them, they convert to that player who has them, and you can track how people are developing the World Wonder, which is a building you need to build. Each one person in an alliance will build one, and then you put in a lot of defense, and then you try and defend it against other people on the server. Um, that is pretty much how the game works. Maybe I should elaborate on that a little bit better because I mean, that is what the game is about. People spawn, people build stuff, and are on in the server. Um, and then they take, like, you chief it from them, you clean it out from all their units, then you chief it and you take it and control it, and then you sit and build it up slow and steady. You can't use gold in it, so it takes time. So you need to take the town in a good, timely manner to be able to build it in time. And then you take some building plans, control them, and then you can use that to build the World Wonder building. And you try and get that to 100, and you defend it by placing a lot of defense in the town, and then people will try and send on it and try and destroy it. And the one who gets to 100 first wins. That's the game. That is all what it's all about. But not that many play for that. People just play for starting and killing each other, and it takes a long time to be able to build hammers that can kill it, and it takes a long time to build enough def units to be able to keep it safe. So, but that's the long-term plan for any server, unless you're playing a different game mode. But this is the most fun, I would say. Um, so our alliance, you can see they're now marked blue on the map. Um, you have different features down here. You have a mini map. You can jump around. Not that useful, but this one is more useful. You open it down here from the smallest little button. But you can check from players or the alliance, and you can mark things in here. So if I see this cropper and I'm like, I want to mark this field and say that is going to be my capital for short, then I add it there, and you can see it pops in here under flags. And alliance wise, yeah, nothing has been marked by me or the alliance. But if I start marking, selecting a guy and say marking player or mark the field, or does this guy have an alliance? Who has an alliance? People don't have any alliances. This one. So now it gives me the option to mark alliance. And I can say, okay, bad guys for red. Oh, okay. So there's a lot of those W guys that just banded together. SW sounds very Southwesty. So there's one guy who, I'm making an alliance for Southwest and I'm going to collect everybody. So he's just spamming everybody, sending invites and stuff like that. That's mostly how alliances form, right? But I can always control it from here and say I don't want it. I can just delete that again. So you can mark players, alliances, specific locations based on what you kind of want to convey to yourself, or duels, or for your alliance. You have these different tools for zooming in and out. You can select this. Right now I view it at 50%. I can change it to 10% or 100. I can also use that by just scrolling up and down. Then it changes the dynamics here. Um, but usually 50% is a good overview mode in regards to travel distances and all that stuff. Then we can go from big to small view mode, full screen, or just small. You can use this crop finder. It's a tool that I unlocked using the gold club, right? Let me just check here. Are we close? No, but halfway there almost. But yeah, this crop finder makes you able to specify all kinds of things. Again, there's only through 18 croppers, right? Otherwise, you can select either all or one of each, and then you can select your starting position. So if I want to look for croppers at 100, I can just go for 18 Cs. I want to find them with above 125%. I will look at gray zone only or exclude gray zone. Maybe we should exclude it. And we could go for all quads, but I just want to look at southeast only, where this is the quad I'm in. And then, yeah, you can show unoccupied or occupied. But you can always, you know, set up these specifics based on what you want to search for. And then, okay, there's only like, what, 15 croppers here in my quad that is above 125%. And some of them are maybe overlapping and stuff like that. But then you can always go in here on the map and say, oh, there's 125% there in boonies, close to itself. Is this good? Yeah, it's 125%. It's a great cropper. It has some opportunities for us to raid some oasis early game here and there. We can settle some towns over here and take some more good oasis for those towns. So at least for the first, but here and then for the first 10 towns we settle, they can get like 250% and stuff like that for them. Perhaps, so you should always like go here and then we can, I don't know, where is it now? Where's the cropper? Anyways, but we could mark that with a flag. Then we could go back and filter based on 141 minus 123. 133 kind of, and then we can say, let's look at all croppers, both 9C, 15Cs, and then we simply just get an overview here, all within that distance to it. So we can see, oh, there's actually, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 croppers within 10 fields. Which means this is the cropper 141 minus 123. Okay, I messed up. There we go. So, but still, there's like 6 croppers within 10 fields, and some of them are 100%. So some of them maybe, at least this one is probably overlapping with this one. So it's good to like dive into and see what is on the field and then mark it up. This one and the other ones that we found. Yeah, one of them is right there, right? So this one can take 125%. This one can 1, 2, 3. I can't reach the bottom one, but then there still might be somebody that settles this and will contest you. And so try and find a spot where there won't be anybody else. Can be a safe mode to start up in the early game as a new player. Find a cropper, maybe 100% somewhere where there's absolutely no other people. It can be a good direction to take, but it can be a little hard to find. You need to, find a good cropper and then specifically search for that area, and then you can find out what's actually happening in that area regarding settlements. And if you're stupid enough to settle next to a guy with 150%, those are the tryhards, the people who will give you a tough time on the server, so maybe settle away from those people. Otherwise, yeah, there's the crop filter. And here you can mark a field based on players or alliance, right? So depending on what you choose, it'll be player or alliance here. But you can activate and deactivate those things by clicking these 2 buttons. So if you suddenly can't find something specific you added before, then it's probably because you accidentally deactivated these or one of your tools did. But you can see how it removes filters, I think. No. Well, at least not alliance specific stuff for within the alliance. Usually you will always be yellow and blue for your team. And you can see that by it's dotted all the way around. If it's like full color, full line, then it's something added from the map by clicking these things and adding it. But yeah, that's probably the most useful elements to talk about regarding the map. And then we have the statistics, and then we have reports. Um, your reports is just filled up with everything you experience while playing. Um, and it can be anything from offensive things, if you attack people, to people attacking you. You can filter it further. This is where there's nothing really happening. This is defender and you have losses, but you won the fight, then it's yellow. If it's red, it means you lose and you lost all your units and they made it through. This one is you don't have any units in the town, but they killed or went through the town and you lost everything. And this is just reinforcements to other people or yourself or whatever. But you can filter on that. You don't really need to. But it's the same with offense. This one, you don't have any losses. Here you have some losses, and here you totally die. So these are the different things it'll display for you. Scouting is kind of the same. You know, you went through without them spotting you. Here they spotted you and you had some losses. Here you didn't made it through at all. Here you blocked all enemies from viewing what was in your town, and here they made it through, but they still had some losses. Um, so those are the different kinds. Others is a collection of mainly adventures, but if you haven't modified this in regards to alliance members founding their village, no, wait, this is the alliance settings. It'll give us more information here regarding our alliance. But if you have, yeah, if you have, I have activated these, which removes these things. But otherwise, you would get reports from transfers of resources or units, or to your own towns, or to foreign towns, or whatever. Then those reports will pop up in here in the other category. But you can always remove them, deactivate them, and then they won't display. And then you can just stick to viewing your adventures. Um, but yeah, and then you can take these reports that you gain and say, oh, this is a very nice report. I'll archive that. And then you jump back here and then it's in your archive and you can see that, oh, we actually managed to raid 45 extra resources. Amazing. That's the good stuff, right? So yeah, a report looks like that. When you attack people, you get information about how the fight went for you, how the fight went for the enemy, and then, for example, the bounty you got. And then you can see more statistics like how much attack power did I have overall? It was 30 against 10. That's the supplies lost, and then mostly you lose or you view the resources lost tab here, where like he lost 1,000,000 resources, you lost 2,000,000. Well, then it was a bad trade, math wise, So, oh, talking. I rarely use this surrounding report, but it can be quite effective. Um, in regards to stalking your enemies, it says like, what was the town I hit? I hit this one. That was 24 minus 32. 24 minus 32. Well, it's probably excluded because I hit it. But if I see other people or we get a notification within 7x7 fields or 10x10, I don't really know how this works, but it will display that, oh, something went on in this town. Or you have an enemy at a certain location, well, then it'll give an update about, oh, a fight happened in this town next to me. Or, oh, this dude changed his name from Firehorse to Mustang. Apparently, this guy is very much into horses, so I don't know. Again, it's not very much relevant information, but sometimes you can find some interesting stuff going on in here. If you're like, oh, I've always wondered if this guy is a farm over here. So if he pops up here as being rated, well, then he's probably a farm, right? So you can use it as a tool to get information about what happens here and there. But right now it's just founded a new village, just people spawning in, right? So can we finally build this to 10? Yay! And then we just auto-complete that, grab the resources. Can we then build the workshop? No. God damn it. Okay, 100 missing. I'm kind of wasting some gold here, but you know, I don't really care, you guys. I'm just trying to settle as fast as I can. And this will definitely help me trigger some extra CP production. Halfway there. Doobity 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 doop. There we go. Workshop. And then you can see 4 CP from building it, which is pretty good. Waste some more gold. But then we triggered culture points, right? That was one of them. And then workshop is also giving a nice boost. So that gives us like 100 extra XP. So you can see we're getting kind of close to getting that extra level up again. And here we can build that town hall. That will also give us some extra resources. We can collect that. And then the rest here will, like, we're missing 72. So a couple of adventures and getting residents to 7, and we'll trigger the upgrade again, or the level up for the hero again. And as you can see, we can almost put on level 3. Like, a residence is a special building in regards to, you cannot, like you saw I use gold to complete these buildings. You can't do that on a residence. It takes the travel, or it takes the building time that it takes. So that's why it can also be good to get up your main building so you can build these things faster. At least it helps with the residents. But right now we're missing a lot of resources, so our building time doesn't matter. It's not like you need to push this to 16 now to be able to build the residents. Don't do that. Just build it slow and steady. But yeah, we'll get a task reward from getting it to, we'll get this one. It'll give us 81. Yeah, that's enough for the level up. So when this residence is done in 5 minutes, we'll get the level up that we need. That's the final one. So I'll put through 3 in production and 1 in strength, and then we're good to go. Uh, Um, so yeah, that's the report overall. Let me just queue this one. Oh, I shouldn't waste resources on this because I can automatically queue when this gets done and we trigger population growth. Um, um, yeah, so I have 4 minutes to spam. So after report, you get like another tool, you know, not that you need it, but you can always use this to specify specifically. by setting a tab. So if I want to only look at defensive stuff, I can go here. Then it's forcefully set as the primary tab. But in reality, just have it on all. You would always have it on all in most cases nowadays, because you can, with the raid list, you can selectively do stuff to say, hey, we don't want reports from our farm lists unless it's relevant, and then they will pop up here anyways. So yeah, no real reason to change that. Like I would change it maybe here when right now it's just pushing me into management, but when I get that to 10 and all I need to do is build the settlers, then I would set this as my primary tab. So, you know, it's a little tool you use every once in a while. But usually you would use it in here for all your overview elements where you can specify some more detailed things. Anyways, we'll get to that. Here you have maybe the most important tool of all in Travian, the message functionality, where you can write people and tell them how much you hate them, or how much you love them, or how much of a noob they are, and how you're the best, and you know, all that shit. Do you just go res 10 into settlers here? Yeah. Right. So, okay, the main point of building these buildings is that all this is great for CP growth. Right. So right now, culture points still needed. We need 191 CP to be able to settle. We build 188 a day, but we still need all of this. And right now, we can build a party, but it'll only give us 108 culture points. If I don't put on a party now, we will accumulate in 12 hours, we will accumulate 54 culture points, you know, just half of this. So that's 50. And then we're missing after 50, like residents getting that build up will also give us more sustained CP growth. So we'll maybe get 10 more an hour or a day. So that'll give us 5 extra or something like that. So that'll give us around 60. And then we'll be missing 130 culture points. And right now for a party, we'll only get 108. So for me, what's important for me is that at the end, we might be missing 20 culture points. But what I'm kind of moving towards is getting my settlers, getting that done. So residents to 10 now, train those settlers. The settlers we can also use to raid nearby oasis and get some resources from that, right? We got full max here, right? So we'll just keep raiding that. So I can use one settler, one slave. I can send to these oases without them dying, and we can maybe get some resources. So that's the benefit of trying to get the oasis or the. Let me just one and then the rest here. Then we can do the adventures without dying. Boom, and we can do another adventure. There we go. Oh, and we got a trigger here because we got level 8 on the. Wait, what? Wow. So we got a special deal, but it instantly disappeared. I'm fairly sure that Miller didn't buy that. So, right. Thank you, Travian, for bugs. Hey. It would have been nice to have this adventure before we reset with the health, but whatever. I can't have everything. Anyways, let's build this up for the residents as fast as we can. And with these extra task rewards, we can automatically queue the next one. And let's just put 2. And I have kind of here, and then we distribute the rest. Like their residences are expensive in lumber, so now we can queue that, and then we just accumulate, and then hopefully we can put on level 5. So we're well underway here. So passive CP production, this will give us extra CP production. And then when we're getting to that point where I need to put on the party, this one can go all the way up to 125 extra culture points. I think, no, wait. I'm not sure what the we would have to go dive into some forums and stuff like that to find the actual data for the max income from a small party, but I think it might be 125%. But I could be wrong. But anyways, when it comes to the time where we need to settle and we're suddenly missing a few more culture points, then we can just build stuff within the town. We could push embassies to 3, cranny to 10, stuff like that. Just knowing, okay, we can settle now, we're good to go, and then we push up a few buildings so the value from our party increases a little bit more, and then we will have enough to actually settle. So instead of me trying to build all kinds of extra buildings now to generate CP so it matches in the end, I'm just kind of trying to get the settlers as fast as I can so they can help me get more resources, and then I'll fix the income, the cultural point income from our party in the end, so it matches to us being able to settle. 250 is max for 5x. Okay, thanks, gamer. Thank you. Okay, so it's not hard for me to build a few more buildings to be able to get some more growth. Um, So again, you could probably build the cranny to 10 now, and then you would generate over the next many hours additional. But I just made this build order, and I want to try and stick to that and see how it gets me. At least what I'll get is some settlers faster than I normally would. So, and building extra buildings wouldn't necessarily help me very much in regards to triggering culture point and population. Like these two, I won't be able to trigger at all. So what we get right now is only our production that we have here. It also just increased a little bit by getting that level up. And then we can maybe get 1 or 2 adventures that can give us some resources. That is all I'm hoping to gain from here on out. Otherwise, it's just everything we have here in our production, and then maybe a little bit with our settler rating. Oh, now it's back again. Wow, great. Amazing stuff. So weird. But it's gone. What? Oh my god. Okay, whatever. Whatever. Stupid bugs. Yeah. So that's the game plan, right? For now. Nothing else we need to do, and that'll take us like, I don't know, 10, 11 hours from now. We could we could calculate it if we want to, but usually like residents 10 is 60,000. Settlers are 60,000 plus party, that's 140,000. We're missing right now. A little less. And we can divide that by, ugh, let's just do, so we're producing this right now, right? An hour. So, and we had 140,000 that we're missing. So in 13 hours, 0.25, we can settle. But get rating from settlers and get what, 8, 9, 10,000 from adventures with with the hero from adventures. That might push us down to what, 12 hours, 11 maybe, if we get lucky. Um, and well, we do get some task rewards from getting this to 7 and to 10. We also get a few task reward or resources from doing the celebration, but otherwise, yeah, we won't be able to trigger more task rewards as I see. And yeah, we also needed to get this to level 8, but I think I'll do that when, like, it doesn't give any CP, so for me it doesn't matter when we build it. So I'll rather build the residence. So maybe after the residence, we'll build it to 8 and then we build the settlers. Otherwise, we'll build the settlers first and then we'll do the warehouse level 8 and then the party. Probably that way around. Oh, and there we got some ointments. Always nice. And we lost 3 health on the hero for now. But right now, we've taken all the easy adventures. The ones that come after now can be a little harder to work with. So, and yeah, we'll need to build some crannies too and stuff like that. So, I mean, we'll probably sell it in 12 hours or so. Oh my god, that's 4 at night. Oh god. It's not super fast, but yeah. Well, make it work as it works. Would the build order be different in lower speeds? Absolutely. I mean, is it an X5 or sorry, X1 speed? You need like 4 or 5 parties to be able to settle. If it's an X3, you would do either 1 party or 2 party opening. 2 party you can settle within 17 hours. If it's 1 party, it takes 24 hours because you need to wait for the daily reset of CP. So game speeds vary a lot. So you would have to go to the internet and find, like, just go to Travian's blog, find build orders there. Like, everything is very specific. Also for this server type, it's very specific. Like, you can't really do things much different than what you're doing. So, um, yeah, yeah. I'm sorry, I can't make a guide that fully helps any speed or anything. So I can only talk about things very much in general. Um, at least for what have been looking at before. But here you can usually you go on the map, you find a person, and you click him there, and then you click one of these buttons where you're like, "Hey, yo," and then you annoy people, and then they'll come into your messages, and so every time you send a message, they'll land here is your inbox if people write you or you get other information. We got these tooltips sent, and then we got 2 invites for alliances for us to join. They will pop up here, but otherwise you just go in here and write. So I can write the entire alley by clicking this one, and I can send an MM. Usually you call it that, mass mail or whatever it stands for. Um, and then I love you, and then you write why you love people. Um, and you can make it in bold or cursive or whatever you want. And then you can always use this as a tool where if you have that name, then if I sent that, it would be highlighted that name and you can click him and go to that specific person. You can do that for an alliance too, or coordinates, for example. Yeah. Oh, so I can just click it here and then it would automatically add my coordinates. It's very good if you're like writing people, hey, I need defense, then you add the coordinates of that town under attack so people can just easily click it and send you units. Goes a lot faster. We can also be like, oh my god, I had this super, super awesome report in my archive. This one. Oh my god, it's so great. So we have this link to that specific report. So we can go here and write that message and be like, okay, add a report. And then within that report tags, we just add that link and then it will be a report that people can watch. Otherwise, you can set some stupid icons of different types, and then more emojis. You can also get other emojis that works, standard emojis like a smiley face or anything you can type on your keyboards, stuff like that. Um, so, but you can add that, or you can add some muted types and stuff like that. I mean, it's not important. I only use it for adding the croc, so we can send a smiley face to somebody if we want to. So, room 16, you got a question. You mentioned about 30k resources you need to beat this strategy. It's cool, of course, because you don't do anything. You can choose very bad spawns, but very close to the future capital. If you farm with a hero, you will one level higher. After the book, actually not immediately after book, but you will have an additional 4 to 6 hours of increased resource production. It's like 8k resources more. So if you need, yeah, in that time frame within settlement. So you need to not the best 15 Cs you'll get in 90% of cases. Absolutely, there's different variations to how that affects um, the income. But yes, if you do a lot of raiding and kill like 200-300 animals, um, you would be able to get to level 8. No, no, this is max level, so you can get to level 7, which could give 4 points more, and 4 additional points is, let me just, that's Kirill. And I have what as 27 point. Boom. So this is around our hero right now. But again, this would be a Roman hero, and then you say 4 more points on top, which is 31, right? That's 4,600 on that Roman. Or it will be actually this times 4, which is 5,500 resources. But I'm Egyptian, and then we lower it to 27. That's 1,600. So instead of 5,500, I get 6,480. So even though you have another race like a Hun or a Roman with higher level, he would still produce less resources than I do at level 6. Um, so so even though I'm a level less, I actually get more production because I'm Egypt. And the thing is, right now people are still, grinding, raiding, all that stuff. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so the next adventure will be the book. And I have had this extra increase in production, which is around what, generally speaking, around 1,600 of each times 4. That's around, okay, let's do a median of like 6,000 an hour, and the game has been running for 3 hours. That's 6,000, yeah, times those 3 hours. And then probably an hour more until we get the next adventure. That's around 24,000. That's why I said around 30,000 resources they need to raid. So at least I'll have a benefit of an advantage of more production, which gave me 24k extra resources compared to some of the other players in this time frame. And of course, they can easily catch up on that with their rating. So Donatello is 10k resources ahead of me right now, but the Beast is barely ahead of me. Well, he can still get some more rating done, but still. And then after that, because I have an Egyptian hero, I still have additional production that they don't have, even though I'm level 6 and they might be 7. But getting to level 7 is still a bit of a steep climb to make. Because again, right now you're sitting here with 333 resources. So how are you gonna level up? Like, okay, this one helps, and then getting it to 10. But after that, it's a bit troublesome for them to level up. because what can you build that will trigger? And wasting resources building main building level 12, that also puts people behind in the settlement race. So yeah, I'm hoping this will work. We'll see. We'll see. Nothing is set in stone that I'll actually get this Kroger. I mean, these guys are also pretty fast and are closer, so they might take it from me. I mean, or maybe Nick's rating is so good that, but I mean, oh well, finally he cleaned that one at least, and that one. But we'll see. And yeah, you're welcome. I know it's also a little hard for me to just go over all these weird details, and yeah, Travian should totally make their own guide in regards to all these functionalities instead of just like you can find some tools on their blog regarding some game features and stuff like that, but they haven't really gone over everything. So, but I will keep chatting. The next thing, right? We had the messages, right? People, you can archive that too. You can make notes for your teammates or whatever. It's not really a tool I use. And then you get an overview of all the people like you. You're like, let's write this guy, talk shit to him, and then we'll block him. Then he'll end up in the ignored players folder. Well, I'd hope more did clean, but only our teammates closed there. Yeah, I told you, man. It's fine. Pumping troops out. Going to be a slow start, but we'll be a lot better in a few hours. Yeah. You should be able to grow a little bit. Problem is, it's not that much around center in here, but at least people are starting to clean it, so you can benefit from that in the long run. But that's why I said you should probably have tried to bash this down solo. It'll go as it goes. 30 units. Oh, you're making mercs and Steva? Or are you only making mercs right now? But hey, there should be plenty of oasis around. Let's see how it goes. But I mean, this guy, yeah, he's not in top rating, but I think he's just outside. But if this guy cleaned these oasis, he probably has the same income as me, just simming it. They have been building some other additional towns too and stuff. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah. Anyways, we can soon get that to 6. So again, getting these task rewards and stuff like that kind of helps this residence build somewhat nicely. So we can get that going. So after quests, we got gold. And gold you can buy. Silver you can convert the gold into, and you can buy stuff in the auction house. But otherwise, you just use the gold. And you use gold for different advantages, like Gold Club. You can get some nice functionalities, which mainly you get for trade routes. Um, or is that Travian Plus that gives you trade routes? I think it's Gold Club. But yeah, and then you can find croppers, you can archive, you can create farm lists and raid, and then allow troop evasion. So mainly you get it for farm list creation and troop evasion if that is what you need. But I mean, you can play without Gold Club as a deaf player, so you don't necessarily need it. But if you want to raid, it's definitely a good tool. Travian Plus is also a necessity. You can make quick links over here. You can get overview of your account. You can get attack warnings here next to your villages and all that stuff, and optimize your time with multiple queues. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean, but and then order your merchants to repeat shipments automatically. Okay, yeah, so Trivian Plus actually gives you the trade routes functionality, I guess. I was fairly sure that was in the Gold Club though, but I'm probably wrong. Anyways, yeah, it's just about the advantages, and then you get increased resource production from having these active. So it's best just to activate everything, and what you get from the plus is pretty good. But I mean, it's just a little sword there if you're ever getting attacked, or you can see the swords from the overview here. And it gives you access to this village overview by, and it's all very good tools to have. So many things to talk about. But yeah, maybe we should look at this overview because it has a lot to do with these different buttons you see over here. You have your account name and then the town that you're in, and you can always change the name of your town here as you want. Otherwise, you get a list under here with all your villages. It'll show you how many towns you have, 1 out of 1. If I had CP and enough to settle, it would be 1 out of 2. And then when we settle, it would be 2 out of 2. So you can kind of track your village progression here. What you also have is different tabs here where you can change those settings, which we could look into now. This is just for quick links to the marketplace, so you can send resources around, select your town you want to send it to, and then you can also access the barrack, build those units if that is what we wanted, or you can go to the workshop or a stable if we have it, but we don't have it right now, so we can't really click it to go there. But you can also select other types. For example, your rally point, your smithy, so you can manage your upgrades. So it's just a lot of different quick links, and you can move these around as you want to, or not. You can make it a mix of different things. At the same time, you have the same up here, you have down here, so you can fill this in with different things. For example, I like putting in like a hospital or great stables, but I don't expect to have that this round. So maybe parties there or a quick link to the residents. We need this now, but I mean, some of the things are useful, some of them are not that useful. So, but again, you can't save or anything. You just close it and they'll stay there. I kind of want to move that over there. I'm not sure what we should fill in on this last spot, but it doesn't really matter. The most important thing is this one, which is the all-seeing eye, so to speak. It's a static thing, um, which you've always had access to, and it gives you a lot of overview of your account. Mic is a little low and cutting a little. Really? I hope it's better now, but yeah, I think it'll. Yeah, it's probably just the angle of the headset. So I'm sorry. But I am also running out of power. I forgot to charge my headset. So hooray. Anyways, we'll see how long we'll last. What we got here is the overview. I love this overview because you can track what you're building, the attacks in or out or incoming on you, and what kind of troops you're building. So it gives you a sense of overview of what is going on. Is there a specific town? Oh, I can always build 2 things in a town here as an Egyptian, but I only have 1 thing building. Oh shit, I need to go there, and then we can queue the next thing, right? The only thing is important is to get to level 7. So I don't necessarily need to NPC this. The sooner I complete it, the more CP it'll generate though. So I'll actually NPC just so I can't auto-complete this, but at least I can make sure it keeps building. And then the next one is level 7. So, but now you see, then we have 2 buildings building. If it was Roman, we could have 3 or whatever, you know, things progress as they do. Yeah, go for it. Sorry, I'm getting spammed here. All right. The next great tool I like here. This is the best because I can keep maintaining the account growth and what we're building on the account. And if I have any queues that run out, it'll display here. But the best tool I love is resources and warehouse capacity. I always mark this. So I start with this, and then if I want to check my resources, I go here. And then instead of watching how many resources I have on my account, I don't really care. I check this one once in a while to see what is my overall production. You know, I was sitting here calculating earlier, but I could just have gone in here and I could have seen the sum of how much I produce an hour. And here we can check our warehouse capacity. But this one gives the interesting capacity information because it gives us an information that in 2 hours and 16 minutes, our crop will overflow. But that means I have 2 hours now to go do something else and not play. Yay! So it gives us that information that, well, if I was not hard building stuff as fast as I could, and I'm jumping around and looking into it, but you know, tomorrow I just want to stay away for as long as possible, and this will give me that information. So I don't care how much I have, I care how long until I overflow. So I mainly use these two to look what's going on the account. Because if I want to go to bed and oh damn, I overflow in half an hour. Okay, time to get our storages up. Sure, it's nice information, but I'll rather know how long can I stay away for. I don't see that many people use this, but I find it the most useful at all times. Um, at least it makes you able to control the time that you use in the game as much as possible. So, and then it's good to click that set tab thing. So you have the overall set tab and then the individual set tab, and you have that on the other functionalities as well, I think, at least for the troops. But here you can see the culture points. I never really use this tab, but at least it can give you a full summary of all your CP growth. But I mean, you can get that here in the general tab information as well. So with even more information. So I rarely go in here, I would say. But at least we're still already up to 110 CP a day instead of 108, right? So things will grow. And I found us another Defernic. He'll build a lot of spears. And then I told him, well, you can raid with paladins with 90 attack, so, you know, full paladin rating plus spears, you know, that sounds cozy. Um, And then troops, you have different features, which is your own troops, troops that are located in specific villages, I guess. I think this is added based on we have forwarding on this server. So, and that makes you able to send your units from one town to another, and then from that another town, they can send it anywhere they want afterwards. And then based on your TS levels on the town that your units belongs to, that specifies the travel time from other towns to your, other towns. It's not a normal feature. Normally, you would send defense to a location, back again, and then you can send it somewhere new. But if somebody sent me defense, I can take it now and I can bulk forward everything over here, and then, or this guy, and then he can send it back to me and stuff like that without it having to return to the town it was built in. So it makes defending a lot easier this round. But at the same time, um, that is probably what this tab displays to some extent. You can also see here your overall smithy levels. You can see we have only researched slave militia, but they're level 0. So if we were upgrading them, that would display there, and their current levels would display here for each town. Same with hospital. It will show you how many are wounded and standing in the hospital, and then how many you're building currently, and again, per town. And then training overview is kind of one of the more useful tabs. Like, this is just for you to sit and just watch how many units you have overall. Training is like this, where you can view the troops. It just displays everything based on each town for how many hours it's running. So if you have a lot of hammers running or deaf towns, and you kind of want to make sure everything is running at 3 hours, then you can just see here the production time on each building. And if I get grades, it will also display in here. But otherwise, you can see your barracks, stable, workshop, and hospital, and make sure that everything is running. So it's an easier overview mode. So I know a lot of the people I know, they like having this as the main tab, like this. So if you're an off player, like, you just go in here and you know how much your training is going on, and then they sit and they forget about all the simming and, oh no, and then, oh, I didn't build up the fields well enough, blah blah blah. It's not easy per se. But yeah, I don't like it. I just prefer this one, to be honest. It's fair. Like, sometimes I activate it, sometimes I don't. And then this is my main tab, so I can just keep simming. And then otherwise I go view how beautiful units I have, and then if I'm really forcefully looking into things, then you can use the training tab. Yeah. Would you always build stonemason? That was the building we were talking about earlier, right? In regards to stonemason's lodge, in regards to getting extra def bonus for your buildings. Would you build it in your cap, even when you're on boonies and probably not getting attacked any day? No, I would not build it. I would focus on getting as much storage capacity as I can possibly get at any time in the game. But I kind of always leave a spot for it when I'm building crates. So if I can avoid building a stonemason in the early game, I do that. If I settle a gray cropper and I need it to survive, I leave it there for as long as I can. But if I need more storage capacity, I definitely just remove it and build it. And then if anybody attacks you, again, this is the gold heavy type to it. Because you could always leave it, because if you're AFK for 8 hours and people attack you, then it's pretty good to have a stonemason built. But if you're a high activity and you want to be able to get all the important buildings that you want and need and have as much capacity as possible, then I would not build the stonemason. But low gold, you want to stay safe. Even in boonies, it can be relevant to have. But again, if you're in boonies and low gold, probably, unless people are very close to you, like within 10, 20 fields, I would not prioritize it at all. And you don't need it early game at all. Like in many cases, what we would do if we get attacked is that we would remove like the crop mill. Like you can only get it to level 5, so it's easy to remove and rebuild. So let's say 10 minutes before you get attacked, take down your grain mill, you lose a little bit of production, boost up a stonemason to level 20. Again, this costs a lot of gold, but then you build it, get attacked and hit, you survive, hooray, you remove the stonemason, and then you rebuild the mill. I mean, it costs a lot of resources, stuff like that, but it can help you at some different points in the game if you really need it. But but yeah, if you're super noob, leave it there. It's great for defending. It also helps your wall. So when people come with their rams and try and take down your wall so you don't get the death bonus, then those extra defensive strength applies to the wall, and they maybe take 2 levels off your wall instead of removing it completely, and then you suddenly have like 50% extra death bonus for your entire army. It's an important building, but if you want more storage capacity, I understand why you're not building it. So, so this I'll get us to level 7. So, yeah, I think that's most of the important things from the overview. And as if you've seen over here, as the last thing on the right, you have your task rewards. Some of them are hidden that you can't see because I don't know why they don't display all, but some of them are dependent. For example, Smithy, you need to be able to build stable. So that's probably why this is hidden and you can't see a stable right now. All right. So that's how it goes sometimes. That some of it is. Eh. All right. What else is interesting? Yeah, that was the task rewards. You've seen me click them, looking at what comes next. You can kind of keep checking if anything is about to pop up, and then you have this annoying general tab, where it's the general growth plus the gold that you get in the early game. Anyways, that's what you can gain from there. I mean, you have this button, which is refer a friend. It's not really something that helps you, but it creates a gold link that you can then share to people. And if they settle new towns and stuff like that, that'll give you extra gold up to 200 gold per friend. And you can invite 10 friends, I think. So, mm, yeah, I don't know. I barely use it, but that is a little feature. Um, Otherwise, maybe we should look at some of these things. Um, Profile just gets you to your profile. You could fill that if you want. You could not do anything at all. But you can always edit your profile and add medals, or like if you have previous server medals or something you want to add to it, you can change your flags, write your location. If you're a female, male, or a pancake, you can always define what you want to be and then save your changes, and then, got a medal there. It's not really relevant. But yeah, you can always edit that profile. Or if you manage to you get random medals if you're in top 10 something here in regarding to attacking or defending on or rubbing or killing animals, then you always get a bit more medals that you can show within this server. The other medal I added was because I was on other servers. So if you are blank in there, then it's just because you're new on your profile. Anyways, that was the profile. You can always check other players' profiles. You know, it's the same as you click here, and you can always check what kind of gear they have on. It can be quite important for calculating and expecting things from your enemies. So you can go and check that. You can also write notes here for which will then pop up here, and yeah, it can be relevant information, like for example their pop or points or something else you want to track to check if people are AFK or what they're doing, or they're fighting other people while they're attacking you or whatever. You can use it for different things. Blocking, reporting, inviting people to an alliance, or show reports of player. Right. So if I specifically are attacking some guy and or have been, you know, I can click here and it will filter all the reports from that person I've been attacking. So I have never really used it. It's kind of one of the newer features where you can filter based on a player, but it's not really something that I've been having that much luck with using at any point. So I can't say much about that feature, but that's kind of everything for player and profile, I would say. And here in the options, that was one of the first things I went in and did, right? And that was turning off the contextual help feature. Like otherwise it'll keep popping up with boxes and like, did you know that you can do. So if you don't know anything, you could follow that guide. Otherwise, just stick to what I've told you here. But at least it just shows you the different buildings and some elements to it. But I turn it off as quickly as I can. Enable night mode. What? Like everybody's dreaming about a night mode, but I need to click it to enable it. Usually seasonal is based on, yeah, that it's winter time and then you can get some snow landscape and stuff. That's all that it's been good for. But now I'll keep this selected, so maybe now when it becomes nighttime, we'll see a different, like a dark mode, but I really, really doubt it. Or maybe it's just an app thing, or I don't know. Stupid stuff. I don't know what it'll do. Here reports, you know, show confirmation when deleting multiple reports. Yeah, that's fine, but that's like me here, and then can I? I can't delete. Yeah, delete selected report. Then it will ask me, "Are you sure you want to do this?" I don't want to do it. I don't even want to check because I want to keep tracking my adventures and stuff like that. But in principle, I could delete that one. Yeah, and then you can always deselect. Don't warn me again, right? So let's just do that and delete that. It's not important. But again, as you see, I think last time we checked, when will we get our sixth adventure? That's already half an hour ago, plus travel time. So even if I get an adventure now, it'll be like an hour extra production, which means I've had nice production for 4 hours compared to other people having no production and only hero rating. But, okay, Black Panther is having a nice spawn. Holy shit. Yeah, okay. But he's probably building units. Donatello is not. He's just maybe a few phalanx, but otherwise just hero. He was gonna fight with, was it Raoul? No. He's in our quad though. Some Roman guy. But a bit further out. Anyways, we landed there. Again, yeah. This is why I'm not raiding. I don't want 1 resources every time. That's a bit sad. And we can get to 7. Anyways, so what else is in here? Yeah. No, it's just different reports of different types, and I know what I'm doing and where I'm sending my units, so I don't really need confirmation. As a new player, you don't really need either. It just gives you a lot of clustering reports that you will have to check for no reason. But if you want to know where your units are going and so forth, like, you can leave that active. I think it's active from the beginning anyways. I like getting notifications if I ever get an invite. And this one, show alliance news, which is a box here. So you can see it already displays some different elements. I like to check everything because it can be when they settle towns. If a new player joins, like this guy, then I can stalk him and see who he is. So you can stay up to date. Players has been invited, or they have left, or they were kicked. So all that information will get displayed here. So if there's drama going on, you'll always get updated and stay updated. Hey, Talk, where do I buy res? Nowhere. Isn't that the beauty of it? Anyways, otherwise it can help you with some auto completions of information. Like that is if you're sitting here and I want to send to A00. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Okay. It wouldn't do it because I'm in that town, but otherwise it would help pre-fill. But I never use that as functionality. I always click over here where it automatically adds the coordinates and everything, because then I only need to click. I don't need to use the keyboard. So for me, it's not really relevant, but at least it only autofills for own villages, and you could deselect this so you don't accidentally send it to somewhere else, to other alley people. But I checked this one off because I don't want to display images in reports, because I can get a report here, but if I have it deselected, it would add a big ass picture here and a big ass picture here, and it has absolutely no value to the game. So I like deselecting it. Here I also adjusted these numbers earlier. 99 is the max, but it makes you able to view 99 reports or 99 messages here on the same page. So I like maxing it out. Same with troop movements or offers in the marketplace. So if I'm trying to buy resources here or offer or whatever, I get 99 options here to look at. Or if I am in here and I have a lot of outgoing or incoming and stuff like that, then instead of just one here, I can have 99 displayed per page, and then I can shuffle the pages here. Yeah. So I like maxing out everything. Do what you want, but yeah, it's fine. Here's the time zones. Don't ever touch them, really. But you can change your game language here if you want another interface language, then it's an option. But I mean, English is great, so why not just stick to that? Makes it easier to talk to people. Oh my god, guys, there's so much to so much to talk about. What else do we have? We have a question mark. Oh yeah. If you have bugs, if you have anything, write customer support here. Spam them down. That's all you can do. They won't talk to you anywhere else. GDPR, modern data handling rules, means that is the only way to do it. So stick to that. You can find extra help about different things. You can also find Travian blogs. Um, might also have been some information regarding settlements and all other information, but again, their blog contains different things, so you can probably find it there. It's not the snappiest of tools, but it is what it is. You can also get a brush up if you just want to see what's changed the last 20 years, or whatever. Hey, Laudek, why don't I send the hero to farm? Because he can't. I'm full production. So I'm not raiding, and I can't hit anything without him dying. So yeah, I'm good, bro. I'm good. I don't need to do anything. I'm chilling. So just doing an eco opening, but still, we're still 81 pop, even though we're not popping at all. So, you know, it gives you a sense of progression, I guess. 13 in production overall, and you see somehow we went so far to rank 49, and that's, I guess, is okay-ish. So even though we're slacking and not really doing anything with rating or hero or anything, we're also so far with 15 in CP production. So everything is kind of going according to plan-ish. All right, that finished all the interface parts here, and then we can look a little bit on what goes on over here, I would say. But I think I need something to drink. Talking way too much. So give me a few minutes, guys, and I'll be back. Hello, hello. Hey, magician. When did the service start? It started 4 hours ago. 3:45. So it's just a new community week. And I found myself some coffee, so I got some energy again. I hope. Too late to start now? It's it's not an invitation. I'm not like, but if you want to force yourself to play, you can easily start a new server, like a new account. Like it's not that like you're that far behind. But that would be if you're playing boonies, then it's still an option to start. Like not everything is clean in the quads, and soon. Oh, just keep force spawning in our quad, and then you'll end up out here, and then spawn there, and you'll just have a massive spawn account. Oh my god, that would be epic, right? Yeah, you can even settle into it, but I mean, as a satellite, but it's a very close to center satellite, but I mean, this guy, if he went both, went, I'll adjust my language. If he just massed rated, he could totally rate everything here. Uh, so that's a fun little spot. I don't know if there's any other good satellites. Sorry, any other good satellites areas out there, but I'm Egypt. I'm simming. I don't care. So all good for me. Um, yeah. Can we build this to 7? Not yet. But I mean, everything is so boring, guys. So we're going back to things on the left-hand side. So starting from the top, you got the Alliance page. And what can you do that for? Not that much. And people don't use it for the good things. People only use it for the bad things. And what do I mean? People steal each other's farms and are dickheads. That's what they use it for. But it gives you an overview of all current events, just like you can see here. It just displays 3. Here it displays 10 or something like that. It also gives you a full overview of the overall attack power, strength wise, from all hammers in your alliance or all defense in the alliance. I'm not sure how exclusive it is to a specific. Like, I don't know if it takes all offensive power in one and all defensive power in another one, or if it actually excludes some defensive units and stuff like that. But as I see here, my interpretation is actually it's based on just all units, offensive or defensive values. That would make the most sense, at least, because right now it's only offensive people actually building units. And that would explain why the defensive count is a little bit lower. Um, of course, you would say that it's nice, Visi. Of course. Or Alliance top 10. Yeah, okay, but that's the same as top 10 here, right? Yeah, it's exactly the same. Except it excludes everybody from the server, and then it only looks at the players within the alliance, which is interesting. So interesting. So Nick is at 20,000. What the fuck, bro? I already got more resources than you. Um, Gollum has a very nice spawn. Okay, they have also been respawning. That's nice. Getting this area for himself and can sit and raid and have fun. But I mean, it's all good. So yeah, okay. So Alliance overview helps a little bit. Otherwise, you would just ask people, how's your rating going, bro? You know. But if you don't want to talk to people, you can stalk them here, so to speak. But again, it's only dependent on points, so it's only if they have def or off points or whatever they're doing. All right. So otherwise, there's the profile page. You can see a little bit about your alliance and your players. Mainly, you would just click this one, so you always look at the alliance members, because who cares about the description? It's just people talking shit, anyways. Attack is probably the most important one. I usually have this, and this active, because it is everything that comes into your alley. And I don't care about fakes. I care if they defend a big wall with a big wall, if they get cleaned, or if they're being continuously raided or killed. Then I want to know. I also want to know if anybody scouts us or tries to scout us, which are those two things. And these three plus these ones are all offensive things. And that's why I'm saying people use it for the wrong types of information. They would just activate all these three, and then they would click on this one, which is don't show any attacks under 100 units. So, oh, this guy cleared, or it's because he lost a step. Aw, dudes. Remember to calculate. Don't send the horses with it if it's gonna die. Anyways, but I mean, it displays because of that one. Otherwise, it would, yeah, it just filters out everything else. Um, so what you see, people activate this, and then they look here, and then, oh, that's a big juicy farm. Oh, you just cleaned that like 2 minutes ago. Well, it's my farm now, right? Dickheads. So, I mean, but you can use it for that part. And find farms or whatever people are scouting, or but I only use the defensive, because otherwise I'll look at the map, I'll check around, I'll do all those things. But if there's anything interfering with the alliance, you can get a big view there, and they will automatically be checked off the next time you come in, and keep that information. But yeah, I don't really ever set a tab here. I just go look around, because another tab is bonuses. And this is a very weird interface, but that's the way they build it. Um, and what you can do with that is to make your alliance better. And you can make it better in 4 different categories. You can make your buildings be able to produce units faster. You can make your culture points that I've been talking a lot about, you can make those generate faster. But it's only on the production. It doesn't apply to parties, as far as I know. It just applies to your buildings and the value they generate. But they can still help you in the long run to build more villages. It can help to make all your units stronger, and it can make your merchants carry more. I think I also briefly mentioned that earlier. And it costs a fair amount of resources. In the beginning, it's like 1.2 million, but when you only build 10K right now an hour, it's like it's not really something where you're saying, I want to dump all my resources into that right now. But when you suddenly build or generate 1 million resources an hour, then dedicating just 1 hour of your daily production to complete it in the early game or mid game, then it's easy and functional. But as each level will just increase in cost, it doesn't really display right now. Only when you reach that point, it'll show you what you need. But these ones are very expensive. So usually you just do a contribution of the smaller ones and keep everything, um, how to say it, evened out as you upgrade them. But you would still prioritize some more than others. And it really depends. But I love commerce because it gives you 30% extra carry capacity. That is a lot. And it's so instead of building a trade office, you could just build 30% commerce for the same price, kind of. So, and it benefits the entire alliance. So it's a strong one to get. Uh, Philosophy can also be relevant because the faster you get it, the more it gives you. Um, and then, the best ones are actually recruitment and metallurgy. Um, and that's simply because it gives you more units faster and it makes them a lot stronger. Um, but it's not something you need to prioritize early game. So mainly you see people prioritize philosophy, recruitment, or commerce. Uh, Metallurgy is only important when you start attacking and killing people or defending. So is it relevant to get up? Yes, but is it relevant to get up early, where it's only dependent on how many units you are? You know, uh, you can see it there, mate. So I'm southeast. But recruitment, metallurgy, commerce, and I like getting commerce first. Get that up, and then because it's the cheap levels, you can get recruitment, philosophy, metallurgy, and then you can start working on the next one. But then I would probably do recruitment or philosophy, I guess, and then metallurgy. And then, the faster units, but again, is it cheaper to build your barracks to level 20 than it is to sit and boost it up to 4% only extra troop production? Then it's better to, build in your barrack and stuff like that. And do you really need these? No, you don't. It's better to develop your own account and then you can focus on these things later. But it takes time to boost them up, complete them, and then they need to start and work. And then it takes, like, I don't know, 12 hours before they're ready. So it's something you have to progressively do for each stage along the way. Getting them to level 10 or maxing metallurgy and recruitment out when it comes to artifacts is really good. So, and then commerce having that at like 90% is good, and 12% here for philosophy. That would be perfect. Like if you can organize your alliance teammates to max this out in this one, and then you're good. But many alliances end up with maybe having 6 or 8% here on recruitment, and then 6 or 8 in metallurgy. Um, but at least getting it to 8% here on these two before RDs is a must. If you get them to 10%, that's just really good stuff. But it's not that important. It's just something that gives you a little extra. So, and you get that a little extra by clicking the thing you want to add to, and then you click on the resources. You can either click here to max out everything, and then you can contribute where you double up this amount by 3, or you can just do it for free, but without gold. But using a big chunk at one time times 3, where you add a little gold, makes you able to complete these things pretty fast as an alliance. And instead of you having to add 28,000 resources, you can just stick to doing 7,000 times 3, and then you'll hit your limit pretty quickly, because this one is a limit. So you can see we could add 1.5 million. That's enough to complete one of these, but it will require too many resources, So it's not something we can do right now. But otherwise, you select, add, contribute, and then it will get added to the whole list of things. Let's get that to 7. Um, and I'll trigger 1,000 of each plus some XP, but all good. Hey mate, am I playing with a viewer alliance? No, I'm not gonna play the server to its extent. So I just wanted to do like a information guide, like easy settle with pure simming, and then I'm going over all game mechanics in the game. That is what I'm doing, which is a little boring for some, but I thought it interesting in regards to have a guide for all the noobs and be like, here, take everything and eat everything at once with all the information. So I'm still going over that. So we went through the bonuses. Then you have a forum, which nobody uses. No, I'm not even going to dive into it. Doesn't matter. And then the most important, I would say, maybe, at least if you're an alliance leader, is these options within. Yeah, so I like last time I tried to play on an 18C server. I got the 18C, and then I got forwarded by like 3 alliances of Russians, and they didn't manage to kill me. I kept my fucking cap all game, and they settled all their towns around me. So I built up a massive slave hammer. Nick helped defend me from far away, and then I kept one town all game, and then they put a small boots next to my cap, and I don't think they expected me to have a hammer per se. So I took the small boots, and then I destroyed like 100 towns around me. I just destroyed everything. They even had to write me and say, "Please, fucking stop, please." But we didn't, and we kept going, and it was a little anticlimactic because I think when they started killing us or trying to kill me, it we were like twice ahead in production of everybody else, and we actually had a lot of defense at the same time. But again, 3 alliances forwarding right next to us, building up a massive boosted hammers, and I couldn't defend it, but we barely survived. I had to convert my capital, like 18Cs. Like there's this little twist on 18Cs that you can settle a cropper and then you can remove your spawn and then you block it. You're not allowed to do that on 18Cs. There's a specific rule only for 18Cs that you're not allowed to block it with as your last town. However, I was not allowed to block it as my last town, but if I lowered it to 0% by chiefing on my other town and then had my teammate chief it, then guess what? I managed to lose that town, and then I only had my 15 or my 18C left. So I don't think they have fixed the bug. I don't know. I'm not gonna find out, but I don't care. But we made it work, and it made a lot of people very angry. And it was during springtime. The entire team from Travian team were on vacation. They were enjoying Easter, and that meant they were away for a week. So they were screaming in the chat rooms for a week before they forcefully went on my account, made 3 settlers, and settled. And then I had a new town. And then I was told, you're not allowed to do that again. But by then, I had tons of defense in my capital, and they couldn't do anything. So we built a big ass slave hammer, and then we destroyed them later on. Anyways, that was last time I played. I was solo. Now I came with a little team. I've just written a few people, and we're not that many accounts, and we're just gonna have some fun and fool around, and then we'll see what happens in the long run. But that is pretty much the only game plan there is. It's just this early game, and then we'll goof around until I'll give up and I have to leave. I'm going to a school somewhere in Denmark, and I canceled my apartment, and I'll put it shit in storage, and yeah, so don't have that much time to actually play. Yeah. So, but where did we come from? We came from, yeah, a viewer alliance, and we're not doing that. It's just just a few people we reached out to. We also have a lot of people playing on NX10, and I couldn't make that in time. I had to go to some parties and stuff like that, and this one seemed more fun in regards to game mechanics and stuff like that. So yeah, that was the game mechanics, but whatever. Just wanted to clean up a little bit. Um, yeah, I think I should go over the options here within. Like you can access these options if you have an embassy, right? And you have an alliance. I'm not sure if they added me as a control person for the alliance, but it kind of looks like they gave me some rights. Um, I can check that one. Assign position. Yeah, yeah, okay. So yeah, I got added. I got full rights here, and yeah, cool. So what you can do when you've created your alliance is that you can change its name always. There's limitations to how long names can be, just like account names, 15 characters max length. Here it's like 4 tags here and then maybe 10 or something in the name. I don't know. But yeah, you can give it a weird tag, you know, so it displays here as a tag and then the actual name for the alliance. So yeah, next to it. So you can also change the alliance description, which is random information you just want to write down and talk shit to other people or whatever. Here you have internal info page, I guess, but yeah, you can choose to add different information of these, like who's you're at war with, or confederacy, or whatever. But it's not something you're forced to have, and sometimes in the game it's better to not display who you're in conflict with, or at war, or whatever. I wish it was more an integrated part so you could hide things and stuff, but they leave it up to you if you want to share it or not. Um, um, but yeah, that was that, and then assign position, perform. I think as either this one or this one, you will also get probably this one where you get more codes based on how your alliance did in the top 10 here. So you get medals, and then you can add that to your alliance page and so forth. But yeah. Then we had here where I showed you I have access. So I can always give a person different access points to different things. Usually you just have everything and then you give people a title. If you have a recruiter, then we have that here for Beowulf, and then he will get all the, hopefully he'll get all the EGMs of people writing the alliance, because then it displays like this. Then he has a position here that says recruiter, and then people click him and then write him and say blah 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 blah. But we'll just remove that again, and then he automatically gets removed from it. And we can do maybe here, change the line description, closed alley, and then let's hope people read that. That should pop up in our description. Yeah. So oh, that gives full back, so maybe we can read that with a settler later on. See how that goes. Is it a long time until next level? Yeah. It'll take a while. Like we're missing 8, 9, 10. It's residents. 8, 9, 10. That is 34,000 resources, and we make, yeah, it was 10K an hour, so roughly 3.2 hours or something like that. Then our residence is done, and we can work on the first settler. And when the residence is done, then we're only missing 60,000 for all the settlers, pretty much, which is another 6 hours. So That's around 2 at night or something. Well, it's not gonna be my fastest settlement time, but whatever. It'll work, I guess. Seven. Yeah, yeah. I saw Amy K was right, so all good. Um, yeah, and then you can use it for specifically writing the names of people you want to invite, but usually you just you know find them here and then you send them an invite by clicking that button. Definitely the easiest. We can also do alliance diplomacy if you want to offer different, like you just write in the tag of the like, ally you want to either confed with or NAP or declare war. Like this one doesn't matter. Confederacy helps you sending defense across alliances or sending resource boosts or whatever you can imagine. So use it for sending it, and then they have to confirm it on the other team. But yeah, that is something you can try and fool around with if you ever make an alliance. Um, Here you can also kick players. There's a new rule that if people join within a specific time frame, well, then I can players who joined recently cannot be kicked from the alliance within 24 hours. So if I try to kick him now, he won't be able to be kicked. So it's a good thing. It's also super bad thing if you suddenly have somebody sending ally invites that should not be sending ally invites. It can really be annoying to deal with. Anyways, it has some other positive elements to it in regards to people moving people in and out of alliances and sending mass boosts and kind of messing with the game rules. Anyways, you can also quit the alliance yourself, but again, 24-hour delay on that option. Here is one of the most amazing things, but not really. But you can create an alliance banner. Um, and create it here. You can see my banner that I've created, and then I can share it to the alliance with the whole banner gallery. So everybody can make their own banner, and then you can set a vote or whatever you want. But usually just one guy goes in, and we're in a weird alley, right? So our banner should be as weird as humanly possible. I mean, this is weird. This is weird. This is weird stuff. I don't know. That should be the weirdest colors ever. And then pattern. That's weird. But what looks good? That looks awkward. This looks weird. This is this looks out of alignment. Yeah, I don't know. Secondary colors. Wow, that's some weird hippie shit, right? And a back symbol. It's. I think I want to. I don't know. We could go with that extra flow, I guess. No, I think I'll leave it blank. Otherwise, it's not that weird. And then, do we want a front symbol? They're not weird. Not really, at least. Is this? Yeah, we'll go with this. This looks fucking weird. Wait, I'll edit it. And then we'll set that as a lines banner. That's weird. Otherwise, you can always change that later on. Or you can have a vote or whatever you want. But that's kind of the options you can go with. And then as you see, it's displayed there now. Yeah. These buttons just takes you to different places in the embassy kind of thing. So over here we have an info box, and it has some good relevant information that you need throughout the server. First of all, it only gives us the info here regarding you still have this amount of beginner's protection left. We started pretty much at server start, which means this will also correlate perfectly when BP, the beginner's protection on the server, will end. And here in the early game, when you clean a town or an oasis, then it stays cleared, and then you can sit and raid it. But when this timer runs out in 2 days, then all these towns or all these oases will start building units and or animals. Um, and so it is a time that can be very important to adjust, because then again, animal rating and rat tricks and all these more comprehensive attack rating parts of the game is not something I really want to dive into. You can always watch some of my other guides in regards to how to do oasis rating with Huns and stuff like that. But I think it kind of goes out of the scope right now, at least for now in the daytime here. Maybe in a few hours, if there's not much else to talk about, we can maybe talk a little bit about it. I just have a hard time displaying it for you guys. So, this one. So, still waiting. Nothing to game for really. But it'll also show you here when, if you extend your beginner's protection, it'll ask us for that in a few hours, I think. Like, do you want to stay under beginner's protection and then get 2 days extra of protection where nobody can touch us, or we leave uh, leave it as it is? Can just grab these extra. I don't think it's enough for level 8, but almost there. Perfect. Then we're just missing 9 and 10. Um, what do you mean, Amy, with the new look? Yeah, the banner. Is it weird enough? Um, but yeah, that's the info box. It'll give you information about parties, end game, big building plans. If there's ever a gold sale, it will pop up over here. They don't write it in the info boxes anymore because, yeah, you know, for whatever reason you could imagine they would come as a bad excuse. Anyways, the last thing you have here is the link list, and it's just a versatile tool for you and your duels to have links to different things that you want quicker access to. That is the whole purpose. But you can do a lot of different types of links. Um, the first one people always have is, okay, no, let's do a farm list here for whatever reason. Not that we needed to, but it's there. But this link. So as it says link list, it's just a link or a list of different links you want. So, but I want to have a quick button to the farm list. I think I could also add this one. Yeah, there's different types: rally point overview, send troops, or farm list. So in principle, you could also have this, but this is a newer feature So I mean, you can use that as a farm list. But for all us old school people, this has always been our go-to to create this little button so you can click your farm list, right? And you simply add it by writing the name of the thing and then the link target, right? And you can link to, hey, to see, why does my microphone suck? Is it better now? Because it's just a little bit of an angle thing, but should be fine to some extent. Um, Otherwise, I'm running out of power. It goes up and down in volume? Really? What the fuck? I think that has to be. It's because my angle is not perfect. I'll try and be better at adjusting it so it's perfect all the time. Um, yeah. So it's just an adjustment problem. So, but thanks. Just let me know every time. Only when I drink, or yeah. That's probably why I put it at an off angle. Um, but yeah, we have the farm list as a primary thing. Otherwise, people, create a link for, Kirill. It helps you calculate a lot of things. Oops. Um, Revolving the game, and then we can, as it says here, we can place a little, um, yeah, this little dot, gange. What's that in English? I don't know. Doesn't matter. But you might mark it with that thing, and then it creates it as a link that we can open in another tab, right? So it doesn't interfere with other things, and you usually have it, as you can see, I already had it here as an extra tab just to sit and calculate some things. I'm not gonna dive into this, but it can help with some calculations of travel times and productions and costs for different buildings, hero leveling, production you can gain from different village types and stuff like that. You can use it to calculate many things. It's very good. Um, Otherwise, you would use maybe getter tools, a link for that. You can also create links that automatically fills out a market push. Like maybe it includes a village type and coordinates. I'm not sure if it can add resources. I think it can. You can on Trivian's forum find some guides that helps you specifically create things. For example, trade routes, you could create a link that specifically goes here and targets village. Okay, now I can't really work with this because I can't select a different town, but it could pre-fill a town plus amounts of resources plus some delivery times and X amounts and stuff like that. So you can modify a link, add it here, and then you can go to your specific town, and then you can click that link and it'll pre-fill some information, and then you can modify that afterwards. So it can help you speed up some things within the game. It can also help you go and create different kinds of links that can be useful in other aspects. I'm not going to dive that much more into it. This is just what you can use it for, and it's fairly useful for different things. But yeah, we're done with the link lists. We're done with all the interface parts here and this one, and so I'm not sure if we should just, at least that should give everybody a decent understanding of account development and what you then need to build, um, or can build here and there. Um, also talked about parties, how they work. I think we've talked about all the buildings, except from some of the more race-specific ones, but there's not that much more reason to dive further into it. We had all the task rewards. I mean, and I didn't cover rally point that much. It just makes you able to activate and deactivate troop evasion for your capital, if that's something you want active. If you're full defense, you can have it on Dutch. Evasion people just call Dutch. You know, they're Dutching. But if you're having offense, you would probably always have it inactive. But again, if people time in 10 seconds within, if your units return and then they time in units after 1 second after or up to 10 seconds after, then your dodge won't work, right? So if you're setting an attack people and people counter you with horses, then they will probably try and make sure that you're deactivate or you're dodging it doesn't work. So but as a passive thing it can help you a little bit. I'm actually going to turn it off because yeah, I think I've done the same for the hero, right? Yeah, yeah. So everything will fight as it is now. So um I wanted to talk more about this. What you can do further with it is you can get an overview of incoming, outgoing. Right now, we don't have anything going on, right? Yeah, we could. Let's send this slave. Then it should pop up here in the overview. So everything that's outgoing, incoming, everything will just be mushed together in these different categories. But if you suddenly have too many in and outgoings, it can be good to filter here. So you filter and say, okay, I only want to see what's incoming. I want to see incoming attacks, for example. But I can also filter on returning troops from my specific town that I'm raiding from here, or incoming reinforcements from other towns or other players and stuff like that. Then we can filter on that specifically. So sometimes when you're getting attacked on a raiding village, well, I don't want to know my returning troops. I just want to know who's attacking me, who's landing, and who's sending me reinforcements, and do they make it in time? Or do they cut in between their waves, or what is going on? Like, I want to filter just offensive, defensive things that's going on. Otherwise, you can go for the outgoing troops. You know, I just sent this, right? I sent it as an attack. So it will display here. If I had multiple, some might land sooner than this one. So if I wanted to specifically only view the ones I just sent, I would click this. So it filters for the last or the earliest sent time. So if I need to go in and cancel an attack, this is a good one. I also like taking this and make a button down here called recall. It was very hard to access this back in the days and creating the filter and stuff like that. So if you didn't have this, it could take you like a half a minute trying to recall. And if you don't have much time to do it, then it's a horror show. So this one will automatically add us to the recall button with these specific elements added to it. And then I can quickly recall if I failed my sending, or I want to check that I sent my attacks correctly, and then I can filter it. The same you can do with reinforcements, doing these different elements to it, or I can just look at them individually together without what was sent last and stuff like that, depending on if you're tracking landings stuff and whatnot. Troops in this village just give you an overview of everything that's in there. So if there's troops from other towns, it will display further down here with all the units, and you get a full overview of it. And then you can also get, if you're a defensive guy and sending defense here and there, you can always get an overview of what you have standing everywhere else. So it just gives you an overview of your units here, there, and everywhere. And also stuff that's moving, right? So otherwise you have the send button. Usually you access sending by finding people on the map or looking at their account, clicking their villages, sending there. You know, different ways to go about it. You know, you don't have any coordinates or player information or stuff like that if you just go here. But if somebody sent you some coordinates and then you go here, and then that is one way to do it. Sure. But normally, it's only if I would go here maybe if I sent defense, because then I can click there and get it auto filled and then send. But you know, don't have any more towns. Doesn't matter. A great tool within the game is called the simulators. And it helps you with two things. It helps you with battle combat simulating or travel time simulating. Finally, they built this. Is it good? Absolutely not. But it can help you calculate some stuff if you need to. But this is your bread and butter, your go-to tool in case you wanna know if should I defend this guy or should I attack this guy or should I raid this oasis or would my hero die trying to clean this oasis? As I said, this round I haven't done anything in regards to hitting oasis around me, but like if I wanted to hit this one, I can click here for simulate raid and it will get me to where we just were. And if I sent the hero on it, I would die. And that is because I don't have any strength, right? But if I had, what was it, 27 points? Then I add, what, 27 points there? It would be 28 if I had full strength. And then I might survive, yeah. Then it takes into account, okay, he has a lot of offensive value, up to 2,340 for my hero. And then it takes all the defensive values of these animals, and then it says, okay, you lose around 57 health or something like that. Yeah, 57 health, and it lowers me to 41. And I would get 880 resources of each, 5,600 overall, I think. Um, and that will be added to the hero inventory. Our health will drop here. So we can use it to calculate a lot of different things. You can also just say apply losses, then all the units we kill will actually hit there, and then I have 41 health now. And then I could simulate again and be like, oh, he still survives. And then we're down to 7 health. Cool. Okay. I earn 880 times 2, and then another 4,000 here for this hit. So you can kind of sit and find out how much you earn, and at least with the animals, because if you actually fight enemies, it's a lot different, right? So he has 6k club slaves, I mean, times 10. He has a wall to 10, and oh, he has a bad hero. He didn't. Oh, he built some settlers, but he never sent them. Let's say that. So you can sit here and do calculations on what would happen if I had 20,000 clubs plus 4,000 TKs plus 1,000 rams plus, you know, some katas, everything level 20, you know. You can always sit and adjust that. And then what would happen if we fought? Okay, well, he has a lot less defense and they're not very strong. Well, we kill the wall. You know, it does a full calculation of what would happen if you used your units against other people on the server, and then you get an estimate of, or a correct, not just an estimate. It should provide you with the factual numbers. If there's any variations to your calculations, it's probably because of smithy levels that you don't know what the enemy has or whatever. You can always sit and calculate these things afterwards, after a fight, for example, because you can always use these. When you get a report, you have a quick link here where it says, oh, combat simulator. Cool. Then it automatically adds all the offense or the defense that was in that town. In this case, it was totally blank, right? But it can help you do some quicker calculations on different things. Um, But yeah, here in the early game, it's mainly just for the hero fighting animals, and then you will know if your hero survives or not. If again, everything becomes a little bit more flaky when oasis start spawning troops, and the amount of units will vary, and all these things. But it gives you a lot of information regarding fights and what you can expect. And also, yeah, what can you expect when you fight Natars and other game-related incidents in the game? So you can do some pre-calculations. You can always click here and then play as defender instead, kind of depending on what the situation is. I think it also automatically sets us as to defender maybe if I have a def report. I'm not really sure. Can't tell you as of now. But then we had the simulator, and otherwise you have the farm list that just helps you rate and gain resources from other people and oasis in the game. The game has, in principle, become very focused around rating animals. For there's a lot of aspects to oasis farming, but in principle, it's the most giving thing when it comes to micro farming like this. Um, and you started building Staba. That's about time. But that's good. How long until level 9 here? 8,000. So yeah, a little hour here and then an hour for the next level. And we can just send the hero on an adventure. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Seventh bounce. Jesus, dude. Mm. Yeah, things take time. But yeah, maybe we can talk briefly about farm list. I'll just introduce you to the features. As I did before, I created a farm list. I gave it a name. I specified it to a town. I selected the units I want to have as a pre-add unit type. And then you have a nice little feature down here where it says only create reports with losses. That means every time we get this kind of raid where we don't have any losses, it'll just disregard it and it won't pop up here as a new report. So only if you have losses, you get a yellow or red sword, or by any chance something happens, it'll then display it. Now you have a farm list, which is called. A farm list can contain 100 different oasis or village things. So when I add here, it took that first farm list that I had created. It has the specific village name, coordinates, so forth. It preset the units to 3 slaves that I had pre-added, and then I can choose to add it either being deactivated or just active. Um, and then we save it, and then here in the farm list, we can see that it got added to that specific farm list, and then you can have 100 of these, 1 out of 100. And then you can just go on the map, or by other means, you can add all these things to your lists. So there, click, save, boom, 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 and we're done, right? So you can easily add. So it's not very difficult to build some units in your barrack, add them to a list here, and then you go in here and then you click. This one will just start this list. So if I had another list, we can do here with a test list. Create with losses only. Then you can see it gets added here, and this will get a start button too. And if I go on the map now, Let's add this one. Then it will say now, because it's at the bottom of the list here, I think that's how it works these days. It'll take the bottom one and automatically add to that. Then you can always take them afterwards and say, I'll go in here. I can move them individually or edit them or duplicate or whatever I want to them or delete them. But I can also just select which ones I want over here, and then I can bulk edit them. So I want to take these and move them to A00. Boom. Then it moves everything. And then you just click it, on your rating timer, usually around 5-10 minutes, whatever. Always game speed dependent and what's going on at different stages in the game. But that's how you can roll with that and edit them. You can also edit the lists here based on distance, shortest, furthest away. Not sure why would you. This is very practical, at least early game. It's just based on distance. Amount of units, I guess you can also specify. Population of the towns you're hitting, if that ever became relevant, doesn't really matter. But more of the better features is like this one, where it'll organize them. Yeah, I don't have any data, so it's hard for you to see what I want to explain. But bounty, it'll just, if the hits have full bags, they will be here at the top. Also, so it just organizes it based on which farms provides the most value, and it will add it here at the top. And when you click the farm list, it will also always send stuff from the top down. So if it's based on full bags, you will always send to the locations with the most resources. It can also be the overall most bounty given by the farms. It can also be based on the last rate that was sent. So it'll always make sure to send as fast as possible on your farms. So if this was sent on, it'll get here at the bottom, right? So the other ones get priority. Or combat results. I would never use that unless your farms only give you red swords, but who really cares? You should get that information up here. So yeah, 16, this is 4 hours after game start almost. That is when all the others on the server might have their first book of wisdom. That means, what was it, 3.75 times, oh, 10,000 on the, no. How much does our hero produce? 1612 times 4. That's 4. So yeah, I calculated with like 6,000 times 4. That was 24,000 in 4 hours, and yeah, so it's a little less, maybe 22,000 we gained from it. Oh, you got your book 30 minutes before me. Wow. Okay. So again, yeah. Random. The RNG goddess does not love me. I can tell you that much. She never has. But yeah, so there's a lot of different variations to the game. But necessarily, there's not that much more to say about farm list. You just need to click them. These one starts them individually. This one starts all of them at once. Oh, you did hero farming early, so your hero is a level ahead. Okay, and I put full rest now. Okay, cool. How much did you rate? And what kind of hero do you have? Yeah, nobody in our lines rated above 40k, so I can tell you that much, that it's not true. But again, we could go here, check alliance. Oh, overview here, top 10, and then Oh, he plays on Tavanna, right? Yeah. No, no, Kara was a defender, right? So you got 26k. Okay, plus a level. So in principle, yeah, you could probably have like was it Egypt? Yeah, but I know that Miller Kara is not on this account. Maybe I should start. Maybe Miller. But nah, Slave Oasis rating was terrible. I didn't like it. It's just not income giving. And then I would rather let the Oasis fill up with resources and rate them with settlers if possible. That's all I'm saying. But Kara hasn't specified his race, right? But I presume he's Egypt. Hmm. Oh, you are Egypt. Nice. And then you get a level extra in production. That might give you 20k more than me. Maybe you'll be faster with your settler for sure. You're definitely going to be faster than me, Kara. But I'm not sure where you're located. But you must have spawned early then, still. What game mode is this? Sorry, yeah, it's the community week. So it's a normal server, but it's X5 speed. It has the community week tribe unit stats. It has the Spartans and top stuff like that. It has alliance notification, merging, forwarding, 18 Cs, keep tribe on conquest, and then you can choose your settlement tribes early game. So so yeah, it's fairly standard, and then with a little modern twist. Yeah, I just went over that earlier when we were going through. You can just watch everything top 10 wise within the alliance. Who did what and how much. So if he rated, what was it, 26k, he's on Bingus. Oh, dude, then you're close to me. But that was also a good spawn. You have all these that you had close by and messed with Nick's rating from over there. You're not building slaves, right? You're just doing full hero income. And our distance is pretty much the same. But yeah, I guess you can settle before me. I'm not a big fan. Not a big fan at all. 6k missing. Uh, oh, you had Keith and Amy yelling at you? What happens? No, 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 exactly. It's not worth clicking the slave lists. It doesn't really provide any income. It's better just to chill. But cool, 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 cool. What else is there to talk about in the game, you guys? I mean, otherwise, everything else I could talk about is like for the noobs, it becomes more progressive because then you need to learn how to use your units and for what for and how to work together with your team and stuff like that. I don't think there's that many more interface parts except from how units look and how they work, and you can always go in here and check unit stats. You can filter based on all the races. Um, and check out how things look. Servers can also vary. So, this is a community week. So the stats here are different from normal servers. So, and prices and whatnot. But you can always see here what kind of stats are on the server that you're playing with the different unit types. Um, 28-minute quest. Ah, you mean adventure? And then as a goal, yeah. Here, half an hour travel time. So, wow, Kara, like you get being able to switch hero half an hour before everybody else. Like all these small things really means a lot in the long run. Plus, you had early game rating, and and holy moly. But let's see how things like these guys are definitely slacking super hard. Brown enjoy. Ugh. Oh, Gollum has this. Ah, that's nice. So he has that whole area over there. And next here, and so hopefully you can get this whole area, Nick, for yourself for rating. That would be nice. I don't think there's that many people contesting. Well, unfortunately, these guys will. That's also a decent spawn. And at least they'll cover this area. So hopefully you can get this. Unfortunately, this is very barren. So we'll see how it goes. If I'm lucking with the 11th adventure, I can have a 13-hour launch. Yeah. Nice, Karen. Nice. Gray Soul, Gray, both. 18 Cs. How many croppers are there in Quad? Southeast. That was the one at the edge, right? Yeah. And then we have another one at the edge down here. So yeah, people can run for that. That's pretty okay. But that's all there is of good croppers in the gray zone on our side. And otherwise we need to start, yeah, taking whatever else that's starting to go out far. It's not really any yet in the middle of the quad. Edge, 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 middle. But I think a lot of these are kind of overlapping. But that could give us a cluster there in the boonies. But yeah, we're 15 people and there's 15 croppers. So hopefully there are some decent 100% also. Now everybody can get Egypt caps. So getting this one somewhat center is also pretty nice. Oh, this is another gray one. But yeah, that's in the middle of gray. It's not really the most juicy cap to have. This is also fairly center-ish. So we'll see what we'll be able to cover. But that was like let's try and add 125%. 1, 2. Yeah, that's 20. Northwest. Yeah, okay. Around the same amount of distribution. Whoa. Minus minus has a lot more though. They have like 30 croppers. And Northeast. I have 30 croppers too. Wow. So we just get a shit quad. Excellent. But I mean, maybe we can. Yeah, we can maybe cover some other croppers here at the edge of gray. Let's see how it goes. And then level 9, we have all that. But am I missing something game related? We can maybe talk a little bit about like what should you do after settling, because again, build production, 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 production. That is definitely the easiest way to develop. And then build some defense as you need it. But otherwise, production and storage is key elements. So build as much resources as you can, and then an hour or two before you go to bed, then try and build up your warehouses as much as possible. And then there's a feature where you can queue some more buildings. And it's good to use that for storages or high fields or even bonus buildings. That helps spend down resources while you sleep. So queue a bit of that, and then get 3 hour offline time on the storage, queue some of those big things. So it keeps spending down the next 3 hours, and then you can sleep for 6 hours or way more, depending on how you adjust it. So, and then, we can just slow sim, increase our production. Higher levels are quite expensive, so it's always best to focus on fields and getting production, 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 production all the time, and then you kind of upgrade the other things as you can throughout the game. Um, um, when you get warehouses and granaries to 20, then you can build more warehouses and granaries, just like with the cranny. Then you can dump down as many as you want, and then you can sit and sim up smaller fields. So in all my dev towns or support towns, at least I like 2 or 3 warehouses and 3 or 4 granaries. So they can accumulate as much resources as possible. And when I build units, you can, or NPC, and then NPC is changing the resources from one types to other types. So I want as much capacity as possible so I can change as many resources as I can at the same time. But mainly it's for storage time. So yeah, we could be offline for an hour and 40 minutes now without problem. So you want to upgrade them as you can. But usually I fill this with storages. I built some hammer or death town infrastructure elements like stable and barrack. And then I remove this and build more warehouses. Maybe build a hero mansion over here, take an oasis, take it down, and then build another granary. When this is 20, I take it down and build another granary. I complete my smithies for the upgrades for the units I want. Then I take the smithy down, maybe the academy down, and then I got more space for a tournament square later on that I can build based on the rally points so my troops are faster, or I build more storage capacity. Town halls I would always keep because you need to make parties, parties, parties. So at some point mid game, you get them to like 12, 16. It's rarity to build them to 20. You would only build them to 20 if you can make a city, but that feature is not on this server where you get 3 extra slots and stuff like that. But I mean, yeah. So you build up your town, you take some stuff down and add some buildings here and there. These I always use for bonus buildings, so we can get that extra production, but that was only when you get one of each to 10, stuff like that. So it depends. And in cap, yeah, me and Miller need to get cap to 12 with warehouses. So we can only build like 2 granaries, I think. or something like that. Now we're Egypt because we also need waterworks and stuff like that. So But that's because we want to build fields to 19 in our capital before parties. So, but yeah. So there's different things you need and don't need, and that's also why it's good to go in here and check, like if you need fields to 19 with a 15C. It is not the right place to be. I'm supposed to be in here if I want crop fields to 19. Then you can see here it displays that I need 12 warehouses and 3 granaries. And if I had crates, it would only require 4 grades to get to 19. So in this case, when we would get storages, we would probably build 20s, I think, or 21s. I don't know. I wouldn't really care either way. So unspecified, but you can always use Kirill to track what do you need, how much do you need for different capacities. That's also why, like I mentioned earlier, like a normal supporter, you would only build 2 oasis or take 2 oasis for, because it's cost 2 million to get it to 20, but it only for 15 it only takes 500,000. So it's not worth getting it to 20 unless you get it for your capital production. But at the same time here you can build it to level 15 with only 1 warehouse. If I need to build up to level 20, then I need, I think it's what, 3 warehouses? Let me just turn off the grades. Okay, 2 warehouses is enough to get it to 20. But still, it's too much of an investment. So, but yeah, so there's just tools for calculating, and you can organizing and figure some things out. 4,000 missing. Alrighty. But yeah, then you build up. It can be important to focus on your capital production instead of the spawn here. So you can either push more resources to the capital that you settle or just build them up evenly. Both are fine. More production is more production no matter what. I don't understand, Kara. Why are we getting Gamba on the stream? I have 30k points sleeping. What is Gamba? Oh, gambling. I don't know. I don't have anything in mind regarding gambling. We can gamble of, will Kara settle the 18C before me? Yes or no? You know, we can gamble like that. Or will Fnook kill Kara if he settles the 18C before him? Yes or no? Wait, did you just make a chicken with a cool sunglasses on? Chicken boxing. Holy moly. What the hell is that? I need that. Or did I create it? Or how do you have access to that? What the hell? Did I build that? But yeah, use the points for emojis or whatever if you can, I guess. Otherwise, I don't really have anything planned for that. Like, question is if I should just actually go get some breakfast today and be a real human and go live my life, and because nothing will go on except now we need to get this to 10, and then we build the settlers, and then we build a party, and then we settle. You know, it's pretty straightforward, guys. You can't really go wrong. Like, only if you kill your settlers trying to raid, but you know, just remember to send one of whatever free unit you had plus a settler, then you don't die. So at least you could raid a little. But I mean, I have nothing to do for the next 4 hours or something like that, so I could make dinner and live my life. Not otherwise, there's nothing to go over. I think. Like, yeah, okay. We can go to the appearance and we can change our hero's face. But I mean, and pay gold for it. Whoa. I'm gonna pay 10 gold for having the most square fucking cheeks I've ever seen. Maybe that is more square, to be honest. Anyways, um, uh, yeah, it's a giga chat, that's for sure. But I mean, there's nothing like it's just game elements, attacking and killing each other, and the most important is just developing. So attacking other people and trying to kill them early game is not something that will help your account growth. The best you can do is avoid fighting people, killing animals, getting free resources for no losses, sitting and being like, oh my god, I'm gonna kill this dino guy or Tudo or whatever his name is. Having that as my primary plan for growth of my account, eh, not gonna help you. So actually minding your own goddamn business and just building up your production or building units for rating is the best. But I think the best I could do is just extend my beginner's protection, meaning nobody can touch me in 4 days, and then I would just sim as hard as I can with production for what was it, 4 days? Yeah, so or 3.5 day. And then I was throw a barrack in level 16 or 20, and then just start pumping units for my town. And then I can send that around the map as we need those units. Then I have like what, half a day before we drop out of BP at the beginner's protection, and then we can have units to fight with. But even then, it's all dependent on if you need the troops or not. But in most cases, your alliance would need some. So, yeah, yeah, I might not. Again, Nick, I'm not trying to say to people what they should do if they get this 18C. I'm just talking in general. If they settle out here and take 100% in boonies, all by yourself, I would just extend beginner's protection because it doesn't matter for you out here, but at least for 4 days they won't be able to raid your spawn. So either you can use that time to build some units in your spawn, or you can just send all your resources out in the boonies and fill the spawn with crannies or whatever you're dreaming of. But yeah. Um, Otherwise, yeah, you could build a hammer and raid, and but it takes a long time preparing upgrades, preparing enough amount of units for cleaning, and then you need to siege to be able to destroy things and stuff like that. So everything is kind of versatile in regards to what you should and can do in regards to growing defense or offense or your account in general. But I think in general, it's good to get your capital to 17, 18 pre-arties or fairly quickly. And then you can start building units. Or you can do both at the same time and mix things up, or you can, yeah, there's a lot of different variations to it. I also have other guides. If you just want to build an early game hammer and just destroy everybody around you, it's also doable. But building a actual cap and additional supporters and whatnot is always good progression. Um, is there anything else people should know? I don't know. Again, settlement is always depending on what kind of game mode you're in and what buildings you should build. So go selectively and find other types of guides for different speeds. This is only for X5. So adjust as needed and prep as you can. Bum, bada, bum, bum. But I mean, it would take 6, 7 hours before I can settle. So it's just a lot of boring downtime. And I am honestly really hungry. Throat's a little sore too. So yeah, I think that is. I had no idea where we were going with this, but I think we'll cut it for here. Then I can also spend some time helping people organizing settlements, and I can sit and spam with everybody else. I also see people tag me here and there. Oh, that was a leader tag. Okay, so nobody actually needed me. Um, Wait, Katakuri joined. Shit, here we go again. Okay. Um, hey Dan, only 5 hour stream. Yeah, I mean, not much going on, you know. And I need food. I need sustenance. And apparently these guys, I want to steal the 18C before me. So I'll get super cranky later, and I need to deal with that. So I need to find my inner peace and whatever goes on. But I've been sitting here talking nonstop for 5 hours pretty much. So I think I've done a fair amount of work. Your alley is full of pre-made. Yeah, it will just be us, and that'll be it. So also, nothing will really happen on the server. I think people will just fight. I'll be leaving in a couple of weeks, and then I won't look back in pretty much. I won't have the time to play. So yeah, it was just to make another start guide, which is fully eco-focused. And I think we managed to do that, at least build order wise, and the concept of things. So again, remember, get to 10, build settlers, make a party. Just make sure you get enough CP from that party. 115 we're missing right now. 179. Okay, well. You say that, let's time show. Are you trying to say time will tell, Nick, or whatever? Anyways, yeah, I really need some food, and I don't want to bore you guys with anything further. If there's any questions, fire away right now regarding the game. Otherwise, we'll close it down as it is. We got that. And we had the book. Oh, we're actually getting resources here on the next adventure. That's pretty nice. That should help us get to Residence 10 a little faster. That's pretty sweet. And then it's silver, cages, nothing. Yeah. So we'll see. Yeah, Miller forced me. Bad Miller. But yeah, cool. Thanks you guys for looking in. I hope for the new guys out there, it can help you simplify things a lot, knowing where to go from here. Until next time, keep it real and see you someday.